ongoing WSIS process, which includes, of course, the question of renewal and the mandate of the IGF. So I really hope that we can use that process not only to extend the mandate, but to strengthen the IGF, including how decisions about hosting are made going forward.
Thanks. Over to you, Robert.
Yeah, sure. I want to talk about two different levels. Now I don't know what's going on with the microphone. I think we are in an unprecedented time right now of the technical ability for the exchange of information, data, the need for greater data as we look at artificial intelligence systems. There's parts of the Global Digital Compact that talk about data governance. At a technical level, I think we need to be thinking more than ever about cross-border flows of data, information, interoperability of systems, and so on. And this is, again, a bit behind that, UNDP's interest in the space of digital public infrastructure on how can we really create greater economic and social prosperity coming out of the use of these digital platforms. Which then, of course, have to be accompanied by the policy level, policy, legal protections level that has a very careful focus on people's rights. Because as we said, and I don't want to be repetitive, but I think it's worth emphasizing that we should not be in the space, and as a UN agency, we are not in the space of offering technology support to countries without the accompanying governance mechanisms, policies, legal protections, etc. Because as Jason says, and other panelists have been saying, they present that risk. So in 2025, our intention is to continue to pursue the benefits of interoperability, of data availability and interoperability, better data governance that takes a global and a global cooperation approach, but doing that in a safe way that really puts people's rights at the heart of it.
And over to you.
Thank you. And for me, I think it's to talk about looking forward to how we can make operationalize digital solidarity. And so I just had a few things about that. I think, first of all, there was a lot of talk from Jason and yourself, Jennifer, around DPI. And so I think that building inclusive infrastructure to access technology would be helpful. We've talked a lot about the digital divide and how things are moving forward. But until we have infrastructure that is inclusive of those that have been left behind, this whole journey is going to be challenged because, after all, solidarity is best with as many numbers as you can without leaving anyone behind. So infrastructure is very important. Also strengthening data privacy and security issues. Nashilongo talked about safe cities. We have a number of countries that are struggling with bad laws, data protection laws, non-existent in some countries. So that is also something that is of great importance for us to move forward with. Um, I think that we also need to begin to think of platform designs for solidarity as well, where we can do this in a more open space. Robert raised a very valuable concern around, for instance, hosting of the IGF. And so when we think about those that are unable to travel, then, if we have platforms that enable them to effectively participate, it is helpful. I think when we talk about cost of internet, for instance, I come from Zambia, a country that has one of the highest costs where data is concerned. So not many people would be able to participate in an event like this. We are struggling with issues of load shedding, endless hours, and so that creates a barrier in itself. Um, Finally, I know that we are running out of time. I think there's also need for support to NGOs, civil society, and also other stakeholders to look at how we can also bring the private sector on board, maybe providing incentives for things like corporate social responsibility that supports digital digital solidarity. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And public-private partnership is absolutely at a cornerstone of what the U.S. So we're might just GI built around. Let's see if that one's better. Also works around the idea of public-private partnership because it's absolutely accurate that the amount of resources the U.S. government is ever going to be able to put into this is going to be dwarfed by the amount of private sector resources. And I'm always really heartened when I talk to a lot of tech companies and I hear about, the academies they have, the work they're doing, and I think, getting the word out on that, continuing to promote that, continuing to support that, which I try to do whenever I meet with them, and I think that I will say, and not just because you both come from Africa, but I've had the opportunity to travel through Africa and see really impressive work with a wide range, and also not because you're both women, but particularly focused on bridging the gender digital divide. And in some of the cases, it's so interestingly the way they've thought out things like transportation, childcare, food. Because it's great to say we're gonna empower you, we're gonna train you. It's another thing to say we're gonna do it in a way that's gonna work in the circumstances that you live in. And that is, I think, incredibly important to understand that, if you, for cost reasons, have to locate the thing you're doing in a rural, in a place that's not in the center, get people there, right? What do you do? The people participating in the program get pregnant. Can you figure out a way? They go on, parental leave. They have to be home, or they have to be home for their children. I mean, it's just thinking through all these elements. It's really complicated, and the best programs are the ones where it's the private sector has come together with civil society who says, well, you need to think about this thing in our country. And I think that's incredibly powerful. And again, I now went off, and we're supposed to talk a little bit because we find ourselves situated between GDC and WSIS and the question of the extension of the IGF mandate and what all this means. And I personally have listened to lots of conversations. I will acknowledge, as I've acknowledged to many of you already, I'm not the expert on these things in the U.S. government. Luckily, I have experts on all of these processes. And just to say, we will continue, the US government will continue to support IGF. We will continue to support multi stakeholder approaches to internet governance. And we know that this is a particularly pivotal year for IGF as we look at WSIS plus 20. Um, I also was given the opportunity by my team to announce that we recently launched a $3 million initiative to build the capacity of international stakeholders, including civil society and governments of developing countries, to engage more meaningfully in multilateral development and governance processes, particularly related to AI, because this is a demand, again, that we keep hearing. And we hope that this could potentially include facilitating greater engagement in the IGF in Norway, which going to not be cheap, let's be clear, as well as the WSIS plus 20 review and the GDC implementation. Happy to say more on that. And, also to note that I've had the opportunity to meet with some of you that we've supported in traveling around the world to various events, including, interestingly, Jason, to Net Mundial plus 10, the UN General Assembly, and of course this week. So in early 2025, after the IGF workshop report comes out, we would like to host a virtual reunion of this panel to just follow up and see how things are going. Because it's great to meet here, but it's also even better if we continue to meet and build on these engagements. So I will turn it to you all for your thoughts as we continue to look to some of these multilateral processes, what you're thinking about.
Thank you. Again, appreciating just this engagement and the nature that it's taking. We appreciate the US government's commitment for funding and making sure realize many of the efforts taking place locally, but also participation again in platforms like that. Um, with that, also just recognizing that as we engage on this concept of digital solidarity and the support that the US government is, for instance, able to put forth, is a recognition that many different countries are at very different levels of development or even engagement on digital issues. I think many of the countries are already thinking about how do we review our policies on cybersecurity, for instance, and making sure that it is aligned to the UN Treaty on Cybercrime. But yet, you also have countries that just do not have laws or policies in place. So we have many of those challenges of alignment, and I hope that the digital solidarity provides this opportunities for sharing lessons learned, for ensuring that policies at some level reflects the ambitions, whether of this is the global ambitions, but also the regional ambitions. For instance, again, the Malabo Convention and many others, the Lome declarations of this year that looks at cybercrime, for instance. So we have those challenges. That as we move forward, we use these platforms to align interest, but also aligns policies and other framework emerging requirements. And then there is, from a GDC perspective, and I think this is something that you mentioned, is we hope that WISES and maybe IGF 20 would really shape the clear reporting mechanisms for the GDC. It seems very ambition, looks good to have, but maybe a bit more broader and does not give us specificity in terms of how do we deliver or how do we focus and say this is what we have delivered on this particular document. And then, of course, we had I think I mentioned from Robert on issues of cross-border flow, and I really appreciate the UNDP effort, as you've mentioned, making sure that in promoting platforms, in promoting sort of channels where this data is saved or is distributed, we also enforcing or promoting safe containment of this data, that it does not lead to putting people at risk, whether this is your usual human rights defenders, but also just an ordinary citizens. So much work that we see ourselves working, and this platform, I think, will help us with that. And I think that also goes with the issues of interoperability. That again we faced in many of the countries where we have systems that don't work, that don't talk to each other. Why isn't your national ID system talks to your election system, and really solve many of the issues that comes with credibility of elections, and make it very seamless in processes like that. But so is the health sector. So many. And I think the UNDP's effort through digital platform, digital infrastructure, I think that is helping. Maybe this conversation from UNDP, I think I only saw those conversations happening in Namibia only this year, and it's a person that has been engaging maybe through the little and limited means. I'm asking, but why are we studying only now, right? Particularly because, again, really aligning those efforts, what's happening locally, but also what is happening globally. And I think, as in my closing here, is really the support that we need in the policy making process. I think I'm repeating. I'm finding myself at the danger of repeating myself. Really supporting the policy making processes, but also churning out easier mechanisms for civil societies, but also other stakeholders to really say, but this policy is legitimate. This policy puts people first. This policy respects human rights, just amongst others. Yes, thank you.
Over to you, Jason.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I know we're running out of time. I wanted to highlight something Ashley Longo referenced, which is the UN Cybercrime Convention, which is poised to be finalized this month and creates a framework that will that intends to enhance and facilitate more collaboration to address cybercrime, and that is certainly a good thing. We know that cybercrime is a scourge that needs to be addressed. However, we have been pretty consistent as GNI and many of our members, both private sector and civil society, in pointing out some of the real um, potential challenges that this convention could pose by creating a sort of sanctioning a system that allows for countries to um, put pressure on private companies and their employees domestically to require them to hand over data, to violate user privacy, for countries to continue the types of digital transnational repression that we are increasingly seeing around the world. And so there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done, including under the framework of digital solidarity to ensure that the Cybercrime Convention is used appropriately and not misused. As GNI, we are very committed to continuing to help civil society and private sector actors come together with rights respecting governments to kind of shepherd this process, hopefully in a more rights respecting manner. With WSIS plus 20, we are engaged and very hopeful that, as Nashilango said, that the WSIS can remain sort of the central mechanism for and the WSIS action lines can continue to provide the type of sort of framework that is needed to ensure more collaboration, more access, and support for those who are falling behind the digital divide, as well as to renew the mandate of the IGF. The Net Mundial plus 10 outcome document that I referenced earlier calls for a 10-year renewal of the IGF to sort of give it the sustainability and predictability that it needs as we continue to deal with all kinds of new technological challenges and opportunities. It also calls for strengthened funding and resourcing for the IGF, including improving the process for selecting host countries going forward, which I mentioned earlier. So the WSIS conversation will be an important one, and we really think GDC needs to be a process that supports and feeds into WSIS and doesn't duplicate, doesn't create sort of new separate tracks for similar conversations, which would allow for potential conflicts and also duplication of the burden for those of us who are trying to participate meaningfully in these various processes. So yeah, lots of important processes and conversations to be had in 2025, and we're very much as GNI looking forward to participating in them together with many of you.
Thanks, Jason. And we look forward to working with you on issues around the Cybercrime Convention, because we also recognize the potential for misuse of the convention and are guarding against it, as well as these questions of the future of IGF. And I will say you've done admirably in the middle of the night, and I think you hit all of your points. Congrats for that. And with that, I'll turn it to Robert.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So it sounds like we all believe IGF WSIS should be strengthened. I have a slightly different take on the whole evolution of this, which is 20 years ago when WSIS and IGF were first created. Let's face it, ICT for development was a bit of a niche community. And just as digital has become more mainstream in our lives, if you look at just the use of personal devices and all of the kinds of issues that are coming around that, I think IGF and WSIS need to be expanded and strengthened in a direction that makes it more mainstream. Um, Not in a good way, not in a bad way, if I can put it that way. I think that we need to see more integration with some of the other issues that we have out there. Environmental sustainability is one of them that I find missing here. There's some issues around children and gender violence and things that are somewhat here but not super well represented. So I think that this is the path for us, because these issues are absolutely crucial to the lives of everyone. And if you look at the number of connected people worldwide and the trajectory of that, it's more important than ever that we're seeing this as such a central platform.
All right. So I think for me, I will just conclude by saying, looking forward, um, I would be of the view that multi-stakeholderism is a very important aspect to digital solidarity, and it is my hope that we will be able to localize these concepts to the lowest level, because when we talk about digital solidarity, it means different things to different people, and so we have to find a way of ensuring that it's interpreted as much as possible and taken forward. I really hope that the mandate of the IGF also will be renewed, because I think that the IGF is one of those platforms that is really, really relevant and very important, and being a platform that provides a multi-stakeholder engagement, and people have a chance to lend their voice to all these different conversations that happen at local and international level. So that would be my hope, and I think that would be my parting words. Thank you.
Great. I happen to know there are a couple of questions in the room. So what we're going to do, because I think we have 3 minutes, is at least get those those questions down. We will do our best to answer them. And if we don't get all the way through the answers, we promise to engage with you after the session. So anyone who wants to ask a question, we're going to have them all asked at the same time, and then we'll do our best.
This is Baburam from Nepal for the record. I have a question. We talked about digital solidarity and also we talked about digital sovereignty. In most of the case, in particular developing countries where resources is very limited and the enforcement is very tough to especially to digital platform providers, so they talk about digital sovereignty because law enforcement are facing very tough times while enforcing cybercrime issues and other similar criminal cases or similar economic crime as well. So where we can find the solution about the digital sovereignty issue, comparing digital solidarity, avoiding strict legislation on data localization, Jane talked about. So what could be the alternative way for the governance model of that kind of situation? Thank you.
More a bit notes, but also questions. Alexander Savnin from Russian Federation, not representing government, more than civil society and operations. I will turn to Jason and say, this process was created in Tunisia. It was really authoritarian country, and democratic forces and organizations was used to meet people, to build capacity and to build solidarity then. As citizen of Russian Federation in opposition to my government, I really said that IGF have been moved to Norway. I've expected a lot of hopes for such organizations, such people, even State Department, to come and to talk to people. So please say my blames to your board and to board of other organizations. But again, if I criticize my government, it doesn't mean I will not criticize or ask questions to US government. Because when we are talking in solidarity, we also okay, the most solidarity in cybersecurity is built on technical community. people are working together, and so on and so on. And I would like to criticize or ask question to US government. Your sanctions are actually breaking solidarity. The latest questions that's few Russian-based Linux kernel supporters was removed, and that's actually broke solidarity. One of them actually lives in the United States for years and worked for Amazon. But again, some kind of sanctions. Another kind of example, especially related to cybersecurity, is that sanctions actually economical measures which is imposed even before what you call brutal attack, and I as Russian citizen based in Russian Federation have to call special military operation. Russian huge cybersecurity companies, Kaspersky and Positive Technologies was sanctions and actually removed from all these processes of communications between technical community. And this actually, well, I don't believe that I'm saying this, but well, I have to notice that not only Russian government breaks solidarity on cybersecurity and not joining Budapest conventions, and I definitely understand why they don't do this, but also, well, some smooth saying governments, including United States, may also. So um, please answer what could be done to improve or stop breaking technical solidarity, even by these good-looking measures. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so I'll try to keep it brief. I just have a comment. My name is Hala Rashid. I'm a public policy and human rights expert representing Nahda Society, so a little bit of context as to Saudi civil society. It's a 60-year-old women's non-governmental nonprofit with UN ECOSOC consultative status, and we also lead the Saudi delegation to the W20. I appreciate Jason's remarks about the IGF being hosted in Saudi Arabia, but I do have some comments. For these dialogues to achieve their objectives, it is essential to approach them with an open mind and a clear understanding of the current legal frameworks, enacted policy reform, and local context. Let us ensure that historical inaccuracies and biases do not cloud our judgment going into 2025. Thank you very much.
So, hopefully you can hear me. I've lost my mic or my ability to hear. I just want to say, look, we were talking on our way in today, and of course, the United States government is always ready and willing to take any feedback. I understand the IGF right after Snowden was quite complicated for the U.S. government, but we show up, we listen, we try to respond. That's what we're here to do. We will not pretend that everything we do is perfect. Approach. If we don't hear the feedback, we make bad policy. So I would say I recognize your point, and it is important. On the question of the non-responsiveness of platforms, look, it's something I personally hear all the time. We push them very hard to be more responsive, but criminalizing speech, as you know, is of course at the same time very problematic. I don't know if they really want to shoo us out, but I don't want to give the opportunity to at least say a couple words if they feel obliged.
Hello, super quickly. Just on your situation as well, digital sovereignty does not equal cybersecurity. What I mean is we can't assume that acting in ways that we think are protective is actually safer.
Before we get kicked out of the room, thank you to all of you for your participation. Thank you to the panelists. And please, if you haven't read our strategy, I encourage you to. Thank you for your participation, and we look forward to continuing these conversations. And thank you, Jason, from the other side of the world.
Thank you.
Yeah, he sent me a message saying that he's not been assigned yet, but you were assigned the moment you sent. So I believe as co-host, it seems I don't have the power to assign. Only the host can assign, which would be Lewis, I guess. So no, Lewis is not a host. It would be MPLQ07, whoever that is. So I don't know if Judith is listening to us in the room, if she can. Amresh, to your lesson, request me to remove Samuel. I'm not going to do that because I may not be able to add him again. So you've been through this before. What do you guys think? Samuel, you think I should remove you and then try and remove both people and then try and add both people? I've only got Samuel. Amaresh is. I don't seem to be able to add him. I don't seem to have the facility. He's suggesting that yeah, he's in, but he's, I have no, you know. So if you've got to host someone who's host there. You should be able to add both of them. Is Amarash. Rash. It says IS interpreter on his name. He's in the Zoom. He's in the Zoom, but he hasn't been assigned to the channel. That's how it works.
Hello, 1, 2. Yes, now it's working. So, do we have our online speakers?
Amaresh.
Hello, can I just double check because I'm an online speaker?
Do we have online speakers?
Amaresh suggests remove
Channel 2.
And because they had to open, they had to add them both at the same time. That's the issue. But it seems. Well, just suggest that maybe they should reduce to remove both of them and then try adding both at the same time. But Amrish says he's good. He says he's good.
Shall we start?
Yeah. I'm good. Okay.
Dr. Jalasi. Dr. Jalasi? Dr. Jalasi. Dr. Tawfiq Jalasi. Is it Jalasi pronunciation, right?
Yes.
Jalasi.
Yes.
Jalasi, okay.
He's sitting over there.
Okay. So,
Repeaters, Zainab, Judith, can we start? Start?
Yes, we can start.
Do we have captioners online?
Yeah.
And the sign language interpretation? Perfect.
Your audio isn't good, Shabir. Maybe use a different
So-
mic, maybe.
Okay, so I'm about to start, Judith. Hello and good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Muhammad Shabir, the coordinator of IGF's Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, and I welcome you in the session Building Barriers, Free Emerging Tech Through Open Solutions, jointly organized by the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability and the Dynamic Coalition on Open Educational Resources. I am thankful to the Internet Governance Forum for the opportunity and also to the team who have worked with me to organize this session. Just a couple of housekeeping rules. There aren't many. Uh, First, we have amongst us some speakers. We will talk about different issues. Each speaker would have about 10 to 12 minutes for their early or initial intervention. Then we would come to the hall and online for the participants. If there are any questions, people can address the question to a specific speaker or make general interventions as well. And then we would have the wrap up by the moderators, and we would have wrap up, and in the end there would be a vote of thanks. So to start with, I would invite our first speaker, Dr. Tawfiq Jalasi, Assistant Director General Communication and Information Sector, UNESCO. Dr. Jalasi will speak about overview of UNESCO's vision for digital accessibility and open content. Dr. Jalasi, over to you. Doctor, do you want this mic? Or you want to go on the podium?
No, it's working, I think.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for coming to this session. And let me also thank our moderator, Dr. Shabir, but also Dr. Herrstein of the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability for co-organizing this important session in the context of IGF 2024. I'm very pleased with the topic that was selected, building barrier-free emerging technologies through open solutions. Clearly, this is a very timely topic, especially in the context of IGF, the multi-stakeholder approach that characterizes this global forum, but also I think it's a timely topic in today's digital environment. I'm sure that the session will explore open solutions and emerging technologies, in particular, how to barriers and foster inclusive digital spaces. We all know that emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and generative AI are drastically impacting the way we approach education. When we pair open education resources with these technologies, the impact can only be transformative. What sense? What type of learning value can we deliver to pupils and to students. And here I can say something from my more than 3 decades being university professor and dean, and then Minister of Higher Education. I think the new technologies of today with open educational resources give us the opportunity, maybe unique opportunity, to deliver personalized learning value so learners can adapt the content to their pace, to their style, sometimes even choosing their preferred language to get access to knowledge. The second key element beyond personalized learning is enhancing accessibility. We can here think as an example of visually impaired students. How can they navigate textbooks? AI can help translate text to speech and facilitate graphics. This is very important in terms of accessibility, especially for persons with disabilities. The third, I think, major transformative dimension is how to expand localization. And when we talk about today's world, of course, it's borderless, it's global, but also I think technology can help us have relevant value adding content that is culturally relevant. And this is very important nowadays. However, these technologies, especially when I say artificial intelligence, tomorrow quantum computing, they have to be used in a responsible and ethical manner. And I want here to mention the landmark recommendation by UNESCO back in 2021 on the ethics of artificial intelligence, a recommendation being currently implemented by more than 60 countries worldwide. So the ethical use of AI is a major challenge for everybody. We need to combat existing biases. If I take the gender related biases, you know that in some of these Gen AI large language models, there are many biases that depict women in domestic roles, and there is an association of women with family, with children, with household, while men or related to men are more linked to business, career, being so. Obviously, what we have seen from our studies at UNESCO is that large language models in generative AI not only replicate online the gender biases that exist offline, but they even amplify them. It's obviously a very dangerous. Second dimension besides the gender bias is the digital. We were reminded 2 days ago at the opening of this IGF that 2.6 billion people worldwide offline. They have connectivity, and therefore they don't benefit from any digital literacy. This is obviously a major challenge as well. The third is representation in AI systems. 40% of the world's population lacks access to education in their native language, and therefore they are being excluded. This is something very important, and we need to tackle it as well. So these are challenges, but of course we have to take stock of some accomplishments, whether it is in terms of enhanced accessibility, whether it is in terms of access to open educational resources, which are universally available through digital platforms. And here I want to mention a major outcome of the UNESCO third World Congress on Open Educational Resources that took place last month in Dubai. And the Dubai Declaration, which was endorsed at the end of this major event, very much calls for a commitment to advancing inclusive education through open solutions. And this is very important, I think, to take stock of and to build on what was achieved. This is in line with the 2019 UNESCO recommendation on open educational, which was by 193. So a pledge was made in Dubai last month, increase the reach of inclusive platforms by 25% by 2030. So this is ambitious goal, but hopefully through collective efforts, achieve it. And let me mention here also the UNESCO revised guidelines with disabilities in online and distance learning. These revised guidelines offer a comprehensive roadmap to create open educational resources and digital platforms that can serve diverse needs of learners. Let me try to conclude here by saying that this session this morning is for of ideas. Hopefully, it is a springboard for change. Each all in this context. Us as educators, we can advocate for open education resources that are tailored to local needs. Policymakers can ensure internet connectivity, bridging the digital divide, especially in under areas. And thirdly, developers can design technologies from the outset. Let's recall Joseph Stiglitz, who said, information is a public good, and as a public good, information needs to receive public support. I think the same is true for openness and accessibility, and this requires obviously a collective commitment by all. Let me assure you that UNESCO is unwavering in its mission to ensure that no one is left behind in the digital age. We should together seize this moment, not just to envision change, but hopefully to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jilasi, for these welcoming remarks, as well as the enlightening vision of UNESCO and how UNESCO is contributing in making digital environments accessible through open resources. Our next speaker, Lydia Best, was supposed to be online, but unfortunately, we received a message from her this morning that she fell ill, so she cannot contribute. So we wish her best and good recovery. Next, I will be speaking about challenges and solutions into addressing accessibility barriers in emerging technologies. And this is a topic when, as I myself, person with disability, encounter and interact with emerging technologies, there are number of challenges that come in the way. And it is really unfortunate that the technologies that are coming up in these days, they carry a huge potential to facilitate persons with disabilities. But due to certain barriers in the development, in the planning or execution of those solutions, those emerging technological solutions, that when they come to people with disabilities, they encounter certain barriers. And before I move forward, I would like to give a personal example. Some years back, I happened to encounter a wonderful VR solution headset with some specific solutions. But when I tried to use that, it was we found that it was only applicable or activatable through vision or touch, and it did not had any voiceover features. I'm not sure if the latest VR or AR systems they do come with these kind of assistive technologies or solutions, but it was about 2 or 3 years back. I believe it was in the end of 2021. So we might have those solutions, but unfortunately, some sort of developers, when they start developing solutions, they either forget, either are or are unaware of, or sometimes they feel it convenient to disregard the accessibility considerations. There comes the role of sessions like this. And this session is a remembrance that disability as UNCRPD, United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, says that disability occurs when impairments in persons interact with the societal barriers. And this way, I would say disability is not specific to me or any specific group. It is transgender, trans geographic boundaries, trans race, trans religion, and trans the boundaries of developed and developing world. So, any accident, any uh, natural or man-made disaster, or any illness, or just by passing of time as we age, this disability can catch us. So, to whether you are policymaker, whether you are developer, or in between the chain where the decisions are being made, you need to ensure that the technologies that are developed inclusively and inclusively following the design of universal access or universal design, so that when if today we need it, tomorrow it may happen, though we won't wish it on anyone, but it may happen that you may need it and you may find that technology was inaccessible and the time has passed to take the decisions. There are AI technologies in the system where we are increasingly using those technologies, but persons with disabilities are found neglected in the development of those technologies. ChatGPT and other LMS systems, they certainly provide certain accessibility issues. I would not talk about their biases against disabilities. That's another topic and not the subject of this session. But we need to consider how they interact with people with different kind of disabilities. There aren't any sign language interpretation, for instance, uh, coming with these kind of solutions or platforms. Similarly, when different banks and different financial institutions they develop their applications, they develop in a way that to make them secure, they make the websites and the apps inaccessible for people with disabilities. Same is the case with the learning management systems, LMS. I have encountered number of LMS in Pakistan that are provided through international providers and the local providers as well. That when the students and teachers with disabilities, when they interact with those kind of technologies and LMS, we found that those technologies were developed uh, without considerations of people with disabilities in mind. So, what is the solution then? The question comes to mind. What is the solution? The solution is definitely number one, the developers needs to be aware of the standards that are internationally available to make the solutions and platforms accessible for people with disabilities, such as web content accessibility guidelines. The stable version is 2.1, and more as we move along and more technologies are coming out, these standards are also being evolved. So the developers need to know this. The policymakers need to consider the policies that the development phase, the research phase, and the execution phase. All phases include persons with lived experience of disabilities and testing them that these developments and technologies are being developed accessible and inclusive for everyone. I will stop here and give the cue to the next speaker who is online again, and we will keep discussing this and more topics related to accessibility. But my next speaker is Amila Odobesic, Director of Broadcasting Bosnia. And Amila shall be speaking about regulatory frameworks and uh, policies for accessible digital technologies. Amila, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabir. Greetings to all of you from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would have preferred to be in Riyadh with you, but unfortunately, I was not able to. So let me first say that I'm extremely sorry that Lydia Best could not join us because she is such an expert in this field. But however, Dr. Shabir made an excellent introduction into the topic. Let me first say that I am not going to talk only from the perspective of the regulatory authority, but I'm also a co-rapporteur or rapporteur um, for the question that on ICT accessibility for persons with disabilities that is being discussed within the International Telecommunication Union. And I have been involved in the topic for the last, well, since 2014, so it's quite a long time. So I will definitely touch upon and tell you on what are the biggest challenges when it comes to policy makers and their efficiency or lack of efficiency in the area of creating policies, legal and regulatory framework. But I will also, if you allow me, refer to some of the global practices and perhaps convey what are the biggest challenges that members of the International Telecommunication Union are facing. So, as was previously pointed out, there is no doubt that in our contemporary era, as the digital revolution continues to gain momentum, the profound global impact of information and communication technologies is undeniable across all sectors. And this is something that within the question that I just mentioned, at the International Telecommunication Union, we always stress that the topic on ICT accessibility cannot be singled out. We cannot look at this topic as in silos. It should take sort of like it should be looked at as in within a holistic approach. So Dr. Shabir already touched upon the challenges that persons with disabilities are facing, and they're numerous, believe me, whichever country you look at. So, and at the same time, you see, it's quite interesting to see when, for example, during our meetings within at the ITU, we have in the same room at the meetings representatives of persons with disabilities, as well as the representatives of the policymakers, the ministries, regulatory authorities, other governmental topics. We also have industry, we also have the civil society, we also have academia, etc. And it's really it's not easy for us who are coming from the policymakers area, from the government's area, really, to face all the challenges the persons with disabilities are facing. And as I said, I mean, there are many. Um, First of all, the biggest challenge that persons with disabilities are facing especially even, I mean, 10 years ago, that the barriers were even more solid and bigger. And that has considerably changed within this period. Nowadays, even persons with disabilities, the associations, I mean, they became more organized, more upfront. For example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in particular, we encouraged associations of persons with disabilities to be a little bit more loud in advocating for their goals and in advocating for the you know to going towards the government and really demanding that their needs have been made. And I will just say that during one meeting, you see, we always quite like to refer to this topic that persons with disabilities have their specific needs. And I will always remember that one of the representative of one of the associations of persons with disabilities said once, he said, well, look, our needs are the same as yours, okay, who do not sort of like fall under the category of the persons with disabilities. So we do not have specific needs. Our needs are the same to have access to information, access to communication, etc. And this is the only thing that we are really asking for. The first step, persons with disabilities, as I said, I mean, the government, not only the persons with disabilities, but even the government should be open to have a dialogue, to listen to the problems that persons with disabilities do need, and that what the problems that they have, and try to do their best in order to accommodate them. However, you see, we always think that the governments are very sort of like closed bodies. The closed authorities that are not allowing access to external parties. For instance, we at the Regulatory Authority of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I personally, because I gained all the knowledge at this at the working group of the International Telecommunication Union from the people such as Ilya Best, from the another lady, Andrea Sachs, and many other experts. So I was personally very adamant that the government, first we as the regulatory authority, and then the policymaker should listen to persons with disabilities. So the most important thing is not only to have that dialogue, but the most important thing is really to implement to fulfill all the preconditions in order to make services accessible, available, and affordable, most importantly, to persons with disabilities. So, my personal view is that I always insisted that the implementation of the guidelines, of the standards, of good practices, and there are plenty of them, and they're all outlined in the reports that are available on the ITU website under the Bureau of the Development section. So there are so many good practices that can be replicated, that can be adjusted to our environments. You see, there is the governments, for example, the policymaker, we create regulatory framework. Excuse me, but what are the governments are usually going to say? For example, now we are talking about artificial intelligence. The government is going to say, well, sorry, we can't really, for example, in Europe, there is a body, there is the European Union, okay, countries, members, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and other 6 countries altogether from our region. We are not members of the European Union. However, at the level of the European Union, there is a very distinct legislation that is being developed and implemented in the countries of the European Union. So, in the countries that are not members of the European Union, the governments will always sort of like find excuses, and they will say, well, look, we are not members, so therefore we cannot implement because it's not obligatory in the sense that, let's say, European Union is going to follow and monitor our work. And this is basically the role of the regulatory authority that is crucial, because regulatory authorities, although they're government, linked to the government, but we are expert bodies. Okay, our job is really to follow what is happening internationally, to see what are the good practices, to talk to all the interested parties, in this case with persons with disabilities, and to try to do our best to through the development of the regulatory framework, okay, to implement the provisions and to impose certain obligations. Okay, I mentioned in the light of the artificial intelligence, at the level of the European Union, for instance, there is the law on artificial intelligence has been adopted and put in force as of May this year. So inevitably, we as the regulator, we can follow what are the provisions that are referring to the digital inclusion altogether, because we are also, I mean, in this, as we said, in this global digital revolution, we are moving away from singling out only ICT accessibility, but putting it in the context of the digital inclusion, because that's the only way, that we somehow respond adequately to this cross-cutting topic. Okay, so for example, in our country and in many other sort of like in many other countries in Europe. So what we can do for now, we can follow the development, we can follow the good practices and see if there are any provisions that we can already put in our regulatory framework. Okay, inevitably for that, the regulatory authority should have legal mandate to do that. Okay. However, in most of the countries, we do not have legal mandate because even artificial intelligence, I mean, it's such a brand new topic for the regulatory authorities to deal with. However, what the regulators could do, they could follow the topic, they could see what are the good practices, and then they could perhaps develop some recommendations or guidelines for the for our licensees wherever relevant, and try to sort of like impose that as a non-obligatory measure somehow, which can may be a little bit contradictory. But in that way, what the regulators could do, they educate, they raise awareness, okay, they share knowledge, and then at the same time, they encourage, let's say, it's their licensees to get more involved in the topic. However, at the same time, the regulatory authorities could establish a dialogue with policymakers, okay, and then they could advocate that certain provisions should be put, or the government should create the laws, and that certain provisions should be put in laws, and encourage the government that in the process of public consultations, persons with disabilities and other interested parties are involved in this process, that their comments are very clear, and to make sure that they're implemented in the best possible way. So this, as we can see, this is all a process, okay? However, it may look as a very complicated process, okay, but still it is possible to do a very specific to have a very specific results in practice. Okay, I'll tell you, when I was first I started to get involved with this topic when I came back to Bosnia and to my to the regulatory authority where I work. I was literally confused, and I was sort of like thinking, how can I
if you
make
allow
the
me,
first step? Okay, and a few years later, we managed to have the full. For example, we try to identify what is the
Amila,
biggest challenge.
you
Yes.
need to wrap up, please.
Okay. So I will cut across with I will cut out this sort of like practical example. So let me just wrap up and to say that yes, this the topic is very challenging for the government. However, I believe that all stakeholders, as Dr. Shabir already pointed out, should join in their efforts. Okay, advocacy efforts are extremely important. We should look at it as a cross-cutting topic, and we should really advocate towards the policymakers in this sort of like joint way. So I'll stop here. If there are any questions later on, I will be available. Thank you.
I think, uh, Yes. Hello. You hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Amila, for your great intervention. Surely, our audience and I do have some questions to ask you, but the unfortunate responsibility as a moderator includes to cutting across speakers when they are uh, exceeding their time limit. Our next speaker is from Qatar, Dr. Muhammad Karibi. He is the Digital Accessibility Services Acting Manager, MADA of Arab States, and he will be talking about innovations in accessibility services in the Arab States region. Dr. Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at the Internet, the IGF Forum 2024. 20 years after my first participation in the WISIS Summit in Tunis back in 2005. I participated in the summit representing at that time my university, the Virtual University of Tunisia. Today, I'm honored and pleased to represent and privileged to represent the organization to which I belong, MADA, or Qatar Assistive Technology Center, where I work as acting director of the digital accessibility services. But I'd like to define myself informally, just saying that I'm a passionate advocate for open and inclusive digital education for all. Initially, I have prepared a presentation to shed light on MADA's contributions to bridging the digital accessibility gaps, but the setting doesn't, but it doesn't, fit to the setting to our panel yesterday. So I'm gonna just talk rapidly about my organization and shed light on some of the MADA flagship projects in terms of digital accessibility, with the ultimate goal to empower people with disabilities accessing technology in order to live independently and participate in all aspects of life. But let me first get back to what has been said by Dr. Muhammad. Actually, when he explained it and he focused on how we need to address disability and how to focus on the accessibility barriers that prevent people with disabilities to access technology. So, disability is often misunderstood, or let me say, it's narrowly defined from the medical or the charity or the special needs perspectives. In my view, I think we need to focus more on the interactions between person with disabilities and the societal barriers preventing them to, avail all digital services and opportunities. And our work is to enhance access for them, is to, I will not say remove these barriers, but at least reduce these barriers. So this is what we are doing in our organization at Qatar Assistive Technology. We are trying to enhance ICT accessibility in Qatar and beyond. Let me rapidly say a few words about MADA. So MADA, it's a non-profit organization founded in 2000 under the at that time under the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Now we shifted 2 years ago to the Ministry of Social Development and Family. As I've previously said, we are focusing on enhancing ICT accessibility for persons with disabilities in Qatar and beyond, and we are working closely with all the stakeholders involved in the field of digital accessibility in order to innovate and to create and develop and offer innovative digital solutions for all. We are offering in MADA a wide range of digital accessibility services, as well as programs and activities. We are conducting a research agenda dealing with ICT accessibility and assistive technology. We are leveraging emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, AR, VR, in order to develop, digital solutions for people with disabilities. Let me talk a little bit about the digital accessibility services that we are offering. Basically, the services are around three pillars. The first pillar is the ICT accessibility services. So we are partnering with local entities, whether governmental or from the private sector, to enhance the accessibility of their existing digital platforms, websites, web-based applications, kiosks and ATMs, mobile application, etc. So we are offering like consultation sessions with these users in order to let them make their digital platforms accessible. We are, preparing like auditing reports in order to check these websites and make them and help them to make these websites accessible. We are offering also accreditation services to these users, so that we can make sure that their solutions are fully accessible for persons with disabilities. We are offering also assistive technology services. We have assistive technology associates that are making assistive technology assessment for persons with disabilities in order in order to identify which assistive technology solutions or devices that fit better their specific needs. And based on the assessment, we ensure the provision of assistive technology devices and solutions for persons with disabilities based on our internal policy of AT provision, and also based on key priorities like the areas, key strategic sectors that we are focusing on. For example, the education sector, the employment sector, and the community sector. We are offering also one-on-one training session for persons with disabilities to let them use the assistive technology that we've provided them with. We also offer continuous support for them in order to make sure that the assistive technology devices and solution keep to their needs. And but not least, we are offering also training and capacity build services, not only for persons with disabilities, but for all the stakeholders in order to foster city accessibility ecosystem. So we are delivering training sessions for teachers from the education sector, from the Ministry of Higher Education, from universities, also for a web developer in order to make sure that they are developing and designing digital solutions that are fully accessible and aligned with the international standards of accessibility. Our training services are delivered in different training modalities. We have face-to-face training workshops. We have online training sessions, and we also conduct blended learning experiences through our MADA Academy initiative, based on, like you said, Dr. Muhammad, learning management system that we've tailored in order to cater to the needs of everyone, including person with In the second part, I'd like to shed light a little bit on the academy projects that are covering maybe three pillars. The first pillar is dealing with the ICT framework. The second is the ICT Ed OER, Open Education Resource, and on the delivery of accessible, open and accessible training materials. So, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to recall that based on studies that we've been involved in, the key findings of this study is there is a lack in terms of ICT accessibility. Also, there is a lack in terms of accessible open educational resources. And there is like no existing common competency framework that covers all the required competencies around the topics of ICT accessibility and inclusive design. My mic is not working. Working? Okay. Okay. There is an interruption, right? Okay. But let me first maybe recall the main motives that drive us, working on this let me say proposals. The DARE Index, the Digital Accessibility Right Evaluation Index. It's a benchmarking tool developed by G3 ICT organization, the global initiative for inclusive ICT organization that aims at tracing the progress of countries in terms of offering accessible, digital accessible services. In the DARE Index, the edition 2020, Qatar has been ranked first with a score of 89 out of 100. However, there are many domains in the DARE Index that needs more, endeavor and more work in order to enhance access for people with disabilities to these different sectors, like the ICT in education for all sector. And the key findings of the DARE Index report is that there is a lack of ICT accessibility competencies and expertise all over the world. There is also a lack in ICT accessibility courses. This means that students basically, in the field, in the discipline of computer science or IT, continue to graduate without having any competencies or skills in the field of digital accessibility. Also, employees that want to build their capacity in the field of digital accessibility, disability, and inclusion, they cannot find like professional training or education services to learn more about these topics. Okay. And the most important thing is that the colleges of educations don't include in their curricula topics around digital, inclusive digital education or digital accessibility to let them be able to create and develop accessible digital content. So based on this, key findings, we proposed the ICT Ed competency framework, which is a comprehensive competency framework covering, all the required competencies in the field of ICT accessibility. So there are 6 competency domains in this competency framework, dealing with how to create accessible digital content, how to create accessible web content, how to become familiar with disability and accessibility, and other competencies. So from D1 to D6, there are 6 competency domains. Then we developed also a common repository hosted on the OER Commons platform. It is called ICT Ed OER Competency Framework, in which we are gathering all the accessible open educational resources around the themes of ICT accessibility and inclusive design. And we are using these open educational resources to conduct training workshops and to provide continuous, online learning experiences. Okay, I got to stop now, I think.
Yes, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you very much, Doctor. And it is indeed a pleasure listening to your work and the kind of activities that you have been doing. It's Mother Arab organization is doing a lot of wonders in the region. At least I was not aware of all this work, so it was really enlightening listening to you. So the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Revanath Vothelru. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, so please forgive me for that. Revanath is Global Implementation Project Manager of Learning Equality and shall be speaking about open content platforms for inclusive education, the case study and insights. Revanath, the floor is yours. Revanath is online.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's wonderful to be a part of this. And sorry, I couldn't join in person. I'll very quickly start sharing my screen. Wonderful. So, good afternoon to everyone once again. And my name is Revant Vutuluru, and I am joining from Bangalore, India today. I'll be talking to you about how my organization, Learning Equality, is creating barrier-free emerging technologies through open solutions with a specific focus on equity, inclusion, and accessibility. The colleagues who have spoken before me have extensively covered about the challenges that exist and have discussed many different ideas. I'll be talking about how all of this specifically, how some of this specifically comes alive in the work that we do at Learning Equality. Yeah. So I think in the world today, there are 2.6 billion people who remain offline and are unable to participate in the digital learning revolution. And more than 70% of the learners are unable to read even a basic text. And this paints a stark picture of the global learning crisis, right? And unfortunately, the learners who are most affected by the crisis are often the ones who also lack access to digital resources, and what that does is it further widens the gap in learning opportunities for these learners. While we know that tech is not a silver bullet solution, we believe that it's a strong means for addressing some of these gaps. And I think, yeah, and we build at Learning Equality, we build and maintain Colibri, an open source software solution designed to provide offline first teaching and learning experiences. Colibri is free to use and openly licensed and is equipped with over 200,000 open educational resources or OERs as a part of our library, which covers a wide range of subjects and learning needs. And for those of you who may not know what open educational resources are, these are openly licensed materials that can be reused, redistributed, and even repurposed depending on the license. And Colibri serves as a platform that hosts such resources. We also provide support to educators through our platform to differentiate learning and personalize learning. And there's also features to collect granular data from the learner's performance, which will further help in facilitating for differentiation. And all of this is enabled by a comprehensive do-it-yourself toolkit with detailed guidance materials to empower individuals and organizations to implement Colibri independently without relying on Learning Equality support. And Colibri is versatile and adaptable, working with a wide range of hardware models, all the way from older and low-cost devices like Raspberry Pis. And it also supports diverse pedagogical approaches, including self-learning, group-based learning, whole class instruction, while blending technology into the learning environment. Aligned with a focus on equity, we also ensure that our products are compliant for people with disabilities. We work to continually improve the user experience for everyone while adhering to the relevant accessibility standards. And we keep adding new features consistently. The Colibri Learning Platform is partially conformant with WCAG 2.1 level AA. While the platform is accessible, many OERs are still do not adhere to accessibility standards, and I think Dr. Shabir spoke about this when he was presenting. most of the OERs do not adhere to accessibility standards, which prevents them from being useful for learners with disabilities, right? It's like, as one of my colleagues says, like, it's like you build a big door, but nobody can get in from there, right? Like, that's what it feels like when you work with Colibri and make it, friendly for users with disabilities, but the content that is inside is not thoughtfully designed. And that's a challenge that we often face. And in addition to that, Colibri also supports use of assistive devices, but many of these devices are cost prohibitive in underserved communities where we work with. And some of these challenges continue to hinder our efforts in equitable access to learning materials, but we keep doing everything that we can to make this more and more accessible for learners with disabilities. And some examples of what this looks like is to ensure accessibility, we focus on multiple features such as making all text functional, screen reader compatible, and resizable up to like 200%, while some videos also include sign language and captions. And links that are included in Colibri are designed clearly to indicate the purpose that they serve. And all of these features make Colibri beneficial for a range of contexts and learners around the world. And through our organic adoption and strategic partnerships, learning equality reached over 10 million learners across 220 countries and territories. And Colibri also adapts to various implementation models depending on the unique context and needs of learners, right? Colibri can be implemented in several ways for self-paced learning through an application, for group settings, enabling collaborative learning, and hybrid learning models as well, where learning occurs across multiple different locations. For example, learners can visit a central location connected to a Colibri server, receive lessons and quizzes chosen by an educator, and then continue learning independently at home. And when they're back at the central location, their data seamlessly syncs so an educator can make informed decisions for learning journey, all without the internet. And this flexibility showcases the power of thoughtfully designed technologies, ensuring that the products are tailored to the real world challenges faced by learners and educators in underserved communities. And additionally, to touch upon a little bit around our work with emerging technologies, to ensure that the technology can be used meaningfully, we believe that it's crucial to make the relevant quality materials available as well. And we have been leaning into a new process that leverages advancements in generative AI and machine learning algorithms based on years of data collected through manually organizing digital content to curricular standards. As a result, we have developed a new holistic process that creates sets of curriculum aligned to digital resources by dramatically reducing the resources needed for an otherwise labor-intensive and knowledge-intensive process. And we've been piloting this across 3 countries and 2 languages. And in one of the projects that we did, we successfully mapped 6,500 content items to over 2,000 learning objectives and reduced the time spent for this process from months to a couple of days. Right. And to quickly, before wrapping up, I wanted to share an example of what Colibri usage can look like in a school setting, right? Like, so let's say there's a student, imagine that there's a student called Angela, a student at a school where internet access is limited or unavailable. Angela's school administrator receives a USB key preloaded with Colibri and digital learning resources. And they install that on a school's existing laptop, which is then used as a class server. And Angela accesses the pre-curated content on a tablet, exploring lessons aligned to her curriculum. And as she progresses, her teacher can view a detailed report that highlights Angela's strengths and areas where she's struggling. And this enables the teachers to provide targeted support, recommend additional resources, and help Angela overcome challenges to succeed. And meanwhile, Angela's school data is recorded locally, and when possible, it gets synced centrally. This allows the program administrators who are remotely located as well to analyze reports and make iterative improvements in the program. And here's the most powerful part, which is everything happens seamlessly even without internet connectivity. And this is how Colibri brings impactful learning to students like Angela, who may not have internet accessible. And to close out, I think at Learning Equality, just like all of you, we also similarly want the world to be connected. But we know that the process is stagnating, right? Like, even when there is connectivity, it may not be consistent or reliable enough to support classroom instruction. And hence, based on the work that we do, there are a couple of calls to action that I want to invite you to hold on to. And in your work, I encourage you to consider the tech tools that you're using and their reliance on connectivity. Who is left out when the internet is not available? That's a question that I want us to think about. And if you're advocating for use of emerging technologies like AI, is it being equitably used? And how can it be used as a tool for back-end processes that enhance teaching and learning for everyone? Because not everybody can be able to afford technologies that support personalized learning through AI, right? And if you're developing content, the question is, how are you ensuring that the contents created are accessible for all? And I hope that you will consider equity in a new way as a result of this presentation and the examples that we shared through the work that we do. And I invite you to connect with me to discuss more about how we can strive for equity in learning enabled by EdTech, even when internet is limited. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that might, that come up.
Thank you very much, Rivant, for your very insightful comments, case studies, and then wrapping up promptly in time. So thank you very much once again. So before I open the list of my own questions, I would like to see if there are any online questions or someone wants to interact or ask questions from the participants presented here.
So we have an online question. Can you hear me? Is this working?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we have an online question. And the question is, for how in many countries in Africa, persons with disabilities for different disabilities, they may be slower learners or they may require different types of learning environment. And oftentimes the teachers are not as knowledgeable about how to teach persons with disabilities differently. I know with people with autism and people with dyslexia, there's other different ways of teaching. And is there something that we can do that can help provide more training, more capacity building?
Judith, is the question directed to a specific speaker?
We'll direct it to either Dr. Shabir or Mohammed.
Doctor, you want to take a chance?
Or learning ecology, or to you, the last speaker. Is that possible? Thank you.
Dr. Muhammad or Rivant, do you want to take a chance or should I?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I think
Thank you.
I can give chance to Dr. Muhammad, and then if Rivant wants to add in.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's really very crucial. As I previously said in my speech, that you hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's okay. Yeah. When it comes to offer like inclusive learning experience, there is lack in terms of capacity building for teachers, their knowledge and their competencies around the topic of inclusive education, how to deal with learners with disabilities, how to prepare like digital education content which is like fully accessible for people with disabilities. So this was also part of the key findings of, as I've mentioned previously, of the Derendex report. So how to tackle that? I think there is a need that universities, especially colleges of education, there is a need that they integrate in their curriculum courses dealing with accessibility, disability, inclusive education for all teachers, not only for those who are, registered in the special education discipline. For all teachers, there is a real need to build their capacities in terms of digital accessibility and inclusive education. One way also to do that is to invest in the continuous training of teachers in service. I mean, in service training. So we need to collaborate. We need like a multi-stakeholder approach. We need to collaborate with all involved parties in order to build the capacities of in-service teachers in terms of how to deal with learners with disabilities in the inclusive education, perspective. We at MADA, we are doing a lot in this perspective as we are collaborating internally with the Ministry of Education and
Yes,
Higher
thank you.
Education and with local universities, and we are offering many training workshops around the topics of digital accessibility and inclusive education.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Muhammad. And instead of going to Rivant, I think I need to ask this question to Dr. Tawfiq Jilasi. Since UNESCO is he left? Okay, so I think Dr. Jilasi left due to his own commitments. So, Rivant, do you want to take a shot on this?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Shabir. I think one of the things that I often think about to build off of the response that was already shared is when you talk about supporting learners with disabilities, teacher capacity building is definitely one of the big ways to go about it, right? And I think to support it, like specifically strategies like differentiation and personalization play a crucial role. But when we are talking about developing countries or global south, like the classroom sizes are huge. So that's where I think technology needs to be effectively leveraged in terms of just getting that data about learner performance and differentiating support using that data so that each learner gets their own like learning materials that they can engage with, and the teacher is playing a role of like correcting their misunderstandings, clarifying, and all of that, and learners can engage with learning at their own pace, which is what is useful for learners who sometimes struggle with certain aspects of learning processes, right? And I think the other point that I also want to add is when I look at problems like this, it's important to approach it from a more systemic lens. And there is this particular framework that Dr. Fernando Rimas from Harvard recommends. He says you need to look at any education intervention through 5 different perspectives. It needs to be cultural, political, psychological, institutional, and professional. I think even for something as simple as providing teachers with the tools to cater to learners with disabilities, there are all of these 5 things that need to come together so that it's effectively delivered. I think those would be the 2 ways in which I would respond to the answer. It's not an easy solution, but it's a solution that can be
Yes.
thoughtfully implemented, is what I would say.
Exactly, I understand. We understand that there aren't any easy solutions, and the search for easy solutions is not always the good one. So, no matter how difficult, we have to adopt these solutions if we truly want the inclusion and participation of all. So, Judith, if we have a question online and if they are available, if they can ask the
Yeah.
question by themselves, we can
No,
give them.
we cannot do that. Sorry.
Okay.
This question is directed to Amelia, and it is, what should be the role of regulatory authorities in advancing digital inclusions for persons with disabilities?
Thank you, Judith. In my intervention, I already, I think, responded to that part of what is the specific role that regulatory authorities should do. However, I would just like to repeat again that regulators cannot take steps and go ahead of in front of the sort of like policymakers and governments. However, as expert authorities, as expert bodies, regulators should gain necessary knowledge on the particular topic, and then they should really do as much as they can in advocacy effort towards the government, you know, in order to sort of like to achieve the goal. However, there was one activity that I did not mention in my intervention, and it's also equally relevant for the regulators, and that is to tailor the activities that they implement under the umbrella of media and information literacy, in particular in light of digital literacy, producing researches, mapping the challenges, you know, gathering all these sort of like stakeholders together and trying to achieve as much as possible, especially about what was being said. I mean, when it comes to education, you see, for example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the education system is extremely extremely complex. And it's usually also sort of like any changes in that particular area, they take a long time. However, considering the target that the children and minors should receive necessary support in as much as possible. I mean, so that they can progress in their development, without boundaries. The regulators should focus also their activities on media and information literacy and touching, discussing on accessibility and digital inclusion, particularly. I mean, that is something that we do in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but that will be another topic.
Yes, thank you, Amita. I think I would just want to add a couple of points in your intervention. Really, the great one. But a little bit with a little bit of differentiation to the point that regulator do not have the sort of powers or authority of policymakers. Yes, they do not. I understand that. But what the regulators can do, and this we have been doing in Pakistan as well, with both the telecom regulator and the banking regulator, on both sides in terms of digital accessibility. We have been feeding them information about, and we have been training them about the activities, abilities, and requirements of persons with disabilities. And in turn, because one role of the regulator is they are the specialist in their own area and they feed the policy input to their governments. So what they can do is they can advise the governments to guide the governmental policies in the right directions. And when the policies are made, then it's the job of the regulator to ensure that they are implemented. So that's the crucial point where the role of regulator comes in.
I absolutely agree with you. However, see, I was only sort of like looking at the role of the regulator as as a link between towards the governments. However, the regulators can and they definitely must as much as they can in order to implement the provisions in their regulatory framework. You see, for example, that is what we did in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We detected that our weakest, that when it comes to TV accessibility, for example, that the percentage was extremely low. So what we did, we completely changed the provisions within the regulatory framework. We did not need a government, a new law for that, and we introduced quotas and considerably improved that area. So yes, I absolutely agree with you. The regulators can do a lot. And this was just one example.
Yes, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Any in to contribute?
Thank you. I hope, am I audible?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Is it okay now?
Yes, okay now.
Oh, sorry. My name is Nicodemus Nyakundi. I'm a fellow for the Dynamic Coalition Accessibility and Disability. I think first is to Amela. I think I'll comment that what she said on that disability needs are not specific needs. They are needs like any other person. And so in tackling such, we should be aware that anybody may be in need of such accessibility needs to age. Or an call for accessibility and inclusion, let's say in this case in the education sector. I wanted to add on the learning equality platform that the approach also should much focus on the trainers because I remember I'm from Kenya and I remember a previous government administration had a digital program for the education sector where they issued laptops to empowered, because the trainers and the empowered, they ended up ways for play. So it was never implemented. So it was feel like I focus on. Okay, sorry, sorry. Uh, uh, okay,
If
I'll
there
cut
is a
it short.
question,
Sorry.
you can.
As
Yeah.
we focus on educating the and offering assist technology too, so that they are. Thank.
Thank you, Nicodemus. I think there isn't any question. Unless we have any question, Judith, we can move to. Okay. From the audience. So, yes, and quickly.
Very quickly.
No, it was more of a comment, actually, to the moderator. What attracted me here was the word open. Yeah, what attracted me here was the word open solutions, and you talked a lot about developers, and I'm one, and that is what I think is very important in this talk, because it's the developers who are going to build all these solutions we are talking about. What should be default? How it should even work? So I'd like us to always engage this open community, because that is how we can easily embed all these beautiful softwares and concepts into each and every digital platform. That was my comment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Itzel. I'm one of the Ticket Fellows. I don't have a question. It's more like a comment. I think that the education for people with disabilities is a common challenge in all the countries. And probably before we think about technology and access to the internet, we should make sure that all students with disabilities have access to basic education, because in case of Mexico, that's something that it's not happening. And how can we think about inclusive education when the system and the governments refuse to invest in the development of people with disabilities? Because that's what's happening in Mexico. You know, we only think they speak a lot about inclusion, but it's just what they say. It's not happening in the reality.
Yes, thank you very much for the comments, both by Nicodemus and Insel. I am sorry to have this unfortunate duty performed once again. We cannot take any more questions because it's the time to close and wind up the session. So, for the key takeaways from the speakers and the discussion, I would like to request Ms. Zainab Waruglu, who is the senior specialist in the Information and Communication Center of UNESCO. So I would request that you give us a brief summary of the key points from the speakers. Ms. Zainab. Zainab, yes.
Okay. I think the key takeaways we can walk away with are that, first of all, we talked about the importance of governance and the role of regulators in ensuring that there is equality and equity in access to information and to learning. And second of all, the role of openness has been underscored, and the role of stakeholders in terms of governments and in terms of educational institutions has been underscored. And a third point that we'd like to just underscore is the fact that what we're talking about here is not it's not there are other factors that are involved in terms of education and in terms of access to information and to learning that has to be taken into account, which are not digital, and that play a very big role in ensuring that that there is actually movement in this way. But technologies is an important factor, and it's when technology is done, it's important that it's done inclusively. It's done with the persons with disabilities also guiding the way and make sure that they are part of the process of the development of these technologies to ensure that they are actually serving the purpose that they're supposed to serve. And if I may, I'd like to just give the floor back Beer, but to thank also the the the speakers on behalf of UNESCO also, and also underscore the importance that we thought of having a joint cooperation of the two DCs in this meeting because of the complementarity and the richness that comes from the discussion. So with that, I give the floor back to you, Dr. Shabir.
Thank you very much, Zainab. And last but not the least, I would now pass on the floor to Judith Hellestein. She is my co-coordinator at the IGF's Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability for the summary of key takeaways from the discussion that we just had after the speakers and the vote of thanks. Judith.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shabir. Yes, it was a very fruitful and meaningful discussion. Um, and some of the key takeaways from the um, questions are the importance of the regulator and what the regulator can do in helping to advance technical issues for persons with disabilities, whether it is through subsidies for universal access, for smart devices, for persons with disabilities, whether it's other type of subsidies there, what is their role as policymakers and regulators in ensuring that technology is available to all participants, and also underscores the importance of the education department and the work on there in making sure that education is open and available to all persons and not and not giving the full thought to um, only one type of education. As we saw from one of our speakers, there are multiple options of learning platforms that can be adjusted and that can work for different persons with disabilities. So we want to make sure that we take into account all types of issues. And thank you so much, because we are ending our session on time because the captioners have to leave for lunch. Thank you. And thanks for
Yes,
everyone
thank
coming
you.
here.
Yes, thank you very much, Judith. Thank you very much, Zainab and the DC OER for collaborating with us on this session. I would also like to thank the participants who came here to attend this session. And last but not the least, a profound thanks to all the teams who assisted us, including the technical team, the captioners, the sign language interpreters, and others who made this session a possibility. Thank you once again.
Hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello, hello.
You know what channel we are?
Hello, Chris, can you hear me? It's Emily.
Hello,
Okay, that's it.
hello, hello.
Hi to everyone online. We will start in a couple of minutes, but thank you for joining.
One. It works.
Emily, can you hear us? Can we do a sound test for you just quickly? You should be able to unmute yourself. Oh. We've, I think, made you co-host, so you should be able to unmute. And Jean-Jacques, I believe you're there, and if you're able to turn your camera on, and we can do a test for you as well.
Hi, I hope you can hear me.
We can. It's a little crunchy, but it's probably at our end.
Hey, Chris. I'm now unmuted.
Excellent.
Hope you can hear me.
Also a little crunchy in the sound department, but we'll see if that gets
It's just
better.
our radio voice, David.
Yeah, maybe let me. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Keith. And let's see. Maybe if one of you could keep talking just to let us play with the sound here.
I'm just going to talk about any old stuff. How's it all going there, Chris?
It's
How's
going.
I've seen some beautiful photos of the venue.
Oh, the ceiling is spectacular.
It looks amazing.
Whoa. Okay, something happened then.
Oh, something good?
I know. It's never something good, Emily. Let's see. Yeah, keep talking a little, please.
Yeah. How are you, Jean-Jacques? Are you good?
I am well, looking forward to the discussion. It's really nice to be back at the IGF, actually.
Lovely.
Yeah, continuing the discussion.
Joining the panel today.
Well, thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Not good. Yeah. Okay. We're good. Where are we? Okay, so I think we're not to go. All right. Well, we might get underway here. We have a small but dedicated audience with us, and hopefully that will grow as people come back from lunch. So first, thank you for joining us. This is the session for the Dynamic Coalition on DNS Issues. And the title of the session today is Beyond Borders, NIS2's Impact on the Global South. My name's Chris Buckridge. I'm here moderating as a sort of IGF gadfly rather than with any particular affiliation. I'm joined by four guests who'll be speaking with us. We have Keith Drazek here to my left, and further to my left we have Bertrand de la Chapelle. Online we have Emily Taylor, and we have Jean-Jacques Sahel. I'm going to let all of them briefly introduce themselves when we start, and they can choose which hats they're wearing or how they would like to identify. We had hoped to be joined by Bruna Santos. Unfortunately, as a MAG member, she has found herself otherwise occupied with a main session, which is taking place right now, so she has had to send her apologies. But I'm sure we will soldier on and we will manage without her. So, this session is sort of following on from what was a really successful session at last year's IGF in Kyoto, where it was discussing the question of governance gaps and particularly in addressing online harms. Yeah, there were a number of outcomes of that. There's quite a good and concise report on the IGF website, but essentially it found that the lines between content and structure or infrastructure can become very blurred very quickly when we start talking about online safety and user safety. And that leads to challenges, leads to problems, and needs to be addressed. So the calls to action that came out of that particular session were for industry and tech community to build capacity, particularly with policymakers, to educate policymakers around the issues, the concerns, the consequences that can come from actions that had not been fully considered, but also for the tech community and industry to develop better coordination mechanisms to handle online harms. So that's leading us back here today to this session, which is going to build on, I think, very similar themes, sort of look at what's developed in the last 12 months, but also using NIS2, which is the second version of the directive on the security of networks and information systems. And it's a directive in the European Union, which has had some impact and some intersection with DNS operations, with operators in the EU and beyond. There has been discussions of that at ICANN meetings over the last 12 months. I know there was a very good discussion in Hamburg, which is nearly 12 months ago now, but it's an ongoing discussion in that community. I think we'll probably touch on some of those issues here, but hopefully also being an IGF space rather than an ICANN meeting, it will also making a little bit more generalized into how these kinds of issues can be addressed in a multi-stakeholder fashion and what really needs to be considered and what we need to aspire to. So we have sort of two segments of this discussion. And in the first one, I'm going to speak to Emily and Jean-Jacques. It's essentially about supporting policymakers in developing adequate measures for addressing online harms, reflecting on that NIS2 directive, but Also, general governance gaps and jurisdictional challenges, which I know both Emily and Bertrand have worked very extensively on, and what sort of collaborative steps there are to support policymakers. So I'm going to go, I think, Emily, to you first, if that's okay. And perhaps you can also provide some background and context beyond what I've been able to on the NIS2 situation as it applies to this community and more broadly. But so, yeah, what are the significant governance gaps that NIS2 directive does seek to address, and what have been the impacts of that, particularly on the DNS industry?
Thank you very much, Chris. And thank you for moderating today, and best wishes to everybody attending the IGF in Riyadh in person. My name's Emily Taylor.
Sorry, Emily, can I just pause you for 1 second?
Yeah.
We seem to have had much worse sound now than we had.
Oh, I'm sorry to
previously.
hear that.
Because, yeah, are we able to, up the back, have the sound, just check how this is working? Because good sound in the room, but the sound from online is terrible.
I can hear you very well.
Yeah, maybe keep speaking and we'll see if they're able to
Okay. So
make some
what I'll
remedy.
do is I'll introduce myself, because it doesn't really matter if you can't hear that bit.
Okay.
My name's Emily Taylor. I'm a co-founder of the DNS Research Federation, a non-profit that's dedicated to understanding the impact of the architectural layers of the internet on policy. I'm also a founder of the Global Signal Exchange, a partnership with the Global Anti-Scam Alliance, and we work very closely on the DNS issues dynamic coalition, which we've done for several years. So I'd like to just preface my remarks about NIS2, because it's never a good look for a Brit to be criticising European legislation. And I would just like to say for context that I voted to remain every time I got the opportunity and would do so again. The context for
Emily,
NIS2. Yeah.
It's almost incomprehensible
Impossible.
here. I know that the sound from the Zoom
Oh.
to other Zoom participants is fine. So Zoom itself is working. It's I guess the
sound in the
connection
room.
from Zoom software to the AV system here is working very poorly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it, Chris. We can hear you beautifully.
I'm just gonna see if we can jiggle the connection or something.
Yeah, and maybe start with somebody in the room. I don't know if, I mean, we can
let's
just
give it
anything
one-
that you can do. I'm ready to respond.
Okay, maybe just give us 30 seconds and we're going to see if there's anything we can do here. People who are in Zoom, it sounds okay. Yeah, just jiggle that or yeah, is that? Emily, could you speak again?
Unmute me. Is this any better? I will just keep saying random words and.
Yeah, it's fine in Zoom.
Is it fine in the room?
Everything is coming good for this far. See, what is my job is I'm sending out to
Even worse. Okay.
you are blaming me. Problem with this means see, I'm getting see that her voice getting crackle means I cannot do anything. Please.
I assume it's the same for, like, I can hear you perfectly, Emily. I don't know if you can hear me well.
I can hear you perfectly, Jean-Jacques.
Okay. Maybe we'll start with Bertrand, and hopefully they'll keep trying to fix this, and we'll come back to you, Emily. So, thank you both for your flexibility. So Bertrand, please.
Does that work? Yeah, okay, it's much better. So I was expecting, and apologies, I have a sore throat, so my voice is not exactly the way it is supposed to be. There are a few things that are important, and I will let Emily, when she's back, develop more specifically the elements regarding these two. What I think we need to understand at a higher level is that there's a sense of powerlessness by all the different actors regarding something that is extremely difficult to address, which is online abuse, because it is spread. We have an international network or transnational network that doesn't recognize borders, which is the very big value of the internet. And at the same time, a legal apparatus that is based on 190 different jurisdictions and legal systems. And at the international level, I want to highlight also, in the context of the whole discussion about WSIS plus 20, etc., that the international space, the UN and the rest, have not produced in the last 20 years since the World Summit on the Information Society any comprehensive framework to address transnational issues. We need to recognize this. And I take the opportunity to highlight that in contrast, the technical operators who have managed the internet since the beginning and who are working under a multi-stakeholder approach have allowed the internet to function, including during the harshest period of the pandemic, where basically the whole world was hanging on a thread, which was the internet. So it was an aside, but the problem of online abuses is a paradigm for how can we address things that are transnational with an apparatus that is a series of national laws. And that creates two fundamental questions. One is the compatibility of the laws that are adopted in one country or in region versus the laws of another country. And the second thing is the question of extraterritoriality. The question of the compatibility of the laws is something that is a requirement in terms of coordination between the different actors. For the European Union, the feeling that there is a critical mass market, and for better or worse, that there is a sort of Brussels effect, leads to a desire to adopt legislation that is, one, solving a certain number of problems for the bloc itself, but also apply to actors that are outside of the bloc, because those actors are performing services on the territory of the European Union. So, ironically, and I want to emphasize how ironic it is, in order to defend your sovereignty as a state or as a group of states, you need to do extraterritorial regulation, which is the exact opposite of territorial sovereignty. And it's a conundrum. And I don't want to belabor too much, but there is one concept that I would like to share, which is we should be talking about responsible extraterritoriality. Because it is unfair to tell a government, thou shalt not have any extraterritorial legislation, but it is unfair for a government or a group of governments to say we have the capacity to do anything we want because you're located elsewhere and you impact our territories. So I'm very fond of what I'm increasingly calling the Goldilocks rule. You know, the famous story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears, where there is a soup that is too hot, one too cold, and one that is just right. And I think in regulation, we need to have this constant reminder of responsibility under the Goldilocks rule, which is there are things that you need to do. And I mean, you need to be beyond a non-action, but there are things that you shouldn't be doing because it is excessive. And this applies for the governments, and this applies, and we'll talk to you about it afterwards, to the operators. That's the way to understand responsibility. And the final remark is, because it is a transnational problem, it is something that cannot be solved by either the governments alone or the companies alone, but it is a cooperation, a coordination, because otherwise the abusers are going to move from one place to the other, and it's a constant whack-a-mole exercise. So I just wanted to introduce this notion of responsible extraterritoriality to say that responsibility is not only on the side of the the private actors, but also on the side of the public actors when they elaborate their legislation. And I let Emily, if she's back on, develop more the specific aspects of NIST.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. And we will give Emily a chance to, to try out the technology again. I just want, I mean, it's fascinating for me, having been in the space for a while, as I think most of us in the room have, to hear the term extraterritoriality move from what was essentially a curse word to something that is being integrated and accepted as necessary, but with caveats. And so that's a very important journey to understand, I think. Emily, can we try you again and see if the audio is better?
That you can hear me. I can hear the room perfectly. And I think that Jean-Jacques can hear me and the other Zoom participants can.
Yeah,
maybe if you can follow the
Emily, I'm just going to say, so maybe, yes, keep talking. It seems like the transcription can hear you.
Okay.
We still can't hear you well, but I think they're able, while you're talking, they're better able to try and remedy the situation. So please keep talking, and we'll hope that it gets better as we go forward.
First of all, I'd like to say I'm very angry with Bertrand for using the Goldilocks analogy, because I had thought of the Goldilocks analogy and I was very proud of myself. So wait for it when it comes in later. But, you know, just as context, Bertrand has set the scene as usually beautifully. And one of the things I'd like to just state as before diving into NIS2 is the complexity and sheer scale of EU digital regulation. I think this is, and also how complex it is for anyone to comply with the regulation. At a recent legal conference, it was reported that there was a guy walking around with a T-shirt that said, "Only God is GDPR compliant." And I think that this really highlights the complexity of trying to comply with EU legislation. There are currently 115 pieces of digital legislation from the European Union, representing thousands of pages. And for small and even large businesses, this is complex, and there are also internal inconsistencies. So amid this orgy of lawmaking, why should the DNS escape? Because the approach is contagious. And here we have the second version of a directive, which has to be transposed into each member state law, whose purpose is to strengthen basic cybersecurity hygiene. And, you know, thinking about Bertrand's remarks about the necessity for business, for all stakeholders to work very closely with regulators, I think it's worthwhile reflecting that there is a very small part of the NIS2 directive that relates to the domain name sector. The shorthand reference is Article 28. But one thing I wanted to highlight is that after the European Commission and other EU governments
If you can just
participated...
stop 1 second. We've lost your audio completely, which I'm hoping is the first step on to rectifying the whole
better
situation.
things. Yeah.
Are we able to connect back? Okay, Emily, can you continue speaking, please?
Sure. So the regulation relating to who is nothing at all?
Sorry, Emily. Hoping to make a bad situation better, we've made it worse, I think.
Okay.
Okay, Emily, can you one more go, please?
Yes. Shall I just carry on speaking and hope that people can read the transcription?
Okay, yeah, Emily, if you can,
Yeah.
do just carry on. We'll read the
Sure.
transcription and hopefully we'll get it sorted shortly.
Yeah, so I'm just going to make a few observations about Article 28 of the NIS2 directive, which for those who are not familiar with it, relates to the registration data of domain names and imposes obligations on the domain name supply chain to take certain actions without getting into the detail of what it says. But just one reflection before I dive in is that the NIS2 draft came into being after the Commission and several other member states' governments participated in an expedited policy-making process through ICANN that was designed to sort out who is. So the fact that legislation emanated as a result of that or after that tells us that something didn't go quite right. So three observations about where we are. This is a directive, and so under EU European system, that means that every member state has to make a law at national level to reflect it. And the overwhelming trend that we have been seeing in our NIS2 Article 28 tracker, which you can look at on the DNS Research Federation website, number one observation is lateness. The Commission has in fact started infraction proceedings against 23 of the 27 member states for failing to transpose the directive before the deadline of the 17th of October. The second is, and here I'm channeling Bertrand, the Goldilocks effect, inconsistency among the member states. So there is a number of member states that are taking perhaps too soft an approach, like Mummy Bear, with less than was in the directive. Some perhaps taking too hard an approach, like Daddy Bear. And here an example is the Czech Republic, which is imposing fines of up to $2 million per offence for failure to comply with Article 28. And then there is the just right baby bear approach, where several member states have taken exactly the draft of the directive. So maybe with the guidance of the NIS2 cooperation group, a group of governments supplemented with ENISA and European Commission officials, that will help to smooth the wrinkles. But what we're looking at the moment is a diversity, a lack of harmonization, even within the European Union itself. And to take the theme of extraterritoriality a little further, this is the first experience I've had of a directive that has extraterritorial effect. So as well as very clearly in Article 26, framing the scope of the Article 28, sorry for so many article numbers, to capture whoever is providing services into the European Union. We also have the prospect of perhaps forum shopping within the Union itself. So if you can provide a nexus to a country where the transposition suits your purposes, then why not try to take action in that member state against somebody else who has perhaps a stronger nexus with a different one. So I think we're going to have, as we lawyers say, a field day ahead as we start to navigate the complexities of this. But I'm very sorry that we lost Bruna as a speaker due to logistical issues this morning, because one thing that we really wanted to highlight in this workshop was the impact of extraterritoriality on Global South and the democratic deficit, if you like, of states and people who are affected by legislation that they have no say in framing and they have no recourse in challenging. They are just obligated to follow it. Now, clearly, there is an awful lot to recommend the EU approach in that it is a thoughtful process, that there is a lot of internal consultation and consultation with stakeholders. And in a lot of ways, the European Union is becoming the world's regulator in technology with those 115 pieces of regulation. But what we're also seeing, as Bertrand mentioned, is that other states do take that extraterritoriality for their own regulation. States that don't have the same protection for fundamental rights and freedoms, and therefore there is a prospect of many cross-cutting obligations and very confusing landscape for those who want to challenge it. So I will just, as a final remark, and I will just wrap up by saying it's still not clear who the NIS2 Article 28 applies to. And at the DNS Research Federation, we will be publishing the results of our ecosystem discovery, which will show that the extraterritorial effect does apply in the NIS2 Article 28, that many service providers from outside the Union will be caught by its provisions, and also highlight a blog series that we've started to roll out using case studies from other industries on Know Your Customer. So one of the aspects of Article 28 is that you're supposed to verify and make sure that who is data is accurate. So we, and Georgia's in the room, she might be able to say a few words on this later in the Q&A, Chris. We've been looking at case studies from the dating app industry, from finance and from crypto, to see what lessons might be learned by the domain industry as they are facing the implementation of this new regulation. So I will leave it there and look forward to joining the discussions later.
Thank you very much, Emily. And it's great to hear you and we'll hear you clearly. No? Okay. And,
I can hear you.
All right, here we go. Yeah, great to hear you clearly, even if I now can't hear myself clearly. Oh, it's my headphones. Technology, huh? And I appreciate your commitment to the Goldilocks metaphor as well there. You really took us very deeply into that. It would be good to break up. I know we still have Keith and Jean-Jacques to hear from, but I think that's sort of a second segment, and it'd be good to sort of hear from anyone who is in the room and has been triggered or inspired or has thoughts based on what we've discussed so far. I mean, I know, also looking to Bertrand and Emily and also Jean-Jacques and Keith, we talked about one of the questions we had, and it flows on a little from what you were saying there at the end, Emily, is what lessons there might be for policymaking in non-European regions. I think you were talking about lessons for operators, for industry, and obviously you highlighted that as a directive, this is quite a, in some ways, uniquely European mechanism in that it then creates further fragmentation by the different implementations. But so yeah, are there lessons there for policymaking, policymakers in non-European regions about what's happened here? Maybe if either of you would like to answer that, and sort of looking to the floor here also if others have comments they'd like to make.
I can have a go, or Jean-Jacques might, or one of the others might. I hesitate to really to instruct or policymakers on this. I think my reflection would be for the industry and other stakeholders. There is a global coordination for regulating domain names, or at least, coordinating domain name policy. And I think the fact that we've seen regulation in the European Union on domain name policy should make us pause and reflect on what fell down in that, because there's abundant expertise. There is an awful lot of discussion of the issues, and I'm not going to pretend that the issues relating to who is are simple. They're not simple. They are about understanding and accepting that there are multiple legitimate points of view here. There are legitimate points of view and legitimate expectations of privacy for individuals, not to have their name, address, phone number, email address published to the whole world at large. There are also legitimate expectations that law enforcement, and yes, even the enforcement of civil law rights, such as intellectual property rights, those also are legitimate. And somehow we have to navigate this. But actually the best people who know the issues have failed to reach consensus over a 25-year period, despite abundant discussions within ICANN. And I think we should reflect on what went wrong and how the ICANN process and multi-stakeholder processes can evolve to break deadlock and reach balanced and moderate solutions that serve the public interest.
Thank you very much, Emily. We have a question here in the room. And then, well,
all right, thanks. Hi, I'm Owen Fletcher, for the record. The Goldilocks analogy and the idea of, as I think you put it, Bertrand, responsible extraterritoriality, those are both interesting ideas. It strikes me that, one could interpret the middle ground that you're trying to reach there in a lot of possible different ways. So what are the sorts of lines that you have in mind that you would hope not to see crossed these regulations?
I think, first of all, the what I now call the Goldilocks rule is a mindset. It's having constantly the question in mind, what is not enough and what is too much. It can vary from case to case. On the case of extraterritoriality, to go back to what was discussed about the impact on third countries, it is not new with the NIS2 or other. It's true with the GDPR. And I've had discussions with people in Africa or in Latin America who feel that if on the one hand they consider that the protection of privacy is absolutely legitimate and important, it was basically pushed down their throats without them having any say in this. So if we accept, as Chris was mentioning, that instead of being an absolutely unacceptable exception, extraterritoriality is part of the package of regulating transborder things, there's a new type of consultation that needs to take place, which is involving the stakeholders, i.e. the actors who have a stake, and those who have a stake are also the ones that are impacted by. Which means that in the international arena, I don't know how to do it, but we're lacking a space where, for instance, the European Union or the United States, for that matter, would basically have a way to explain early on what the mechanisms of a new regulation are before it is actually implemented. And I want just to mention that the horror of the United States authorities about how can you imagine having something extraterritorial immediately prompts the reaction like, it hurts when you're on the receiving side, right? Because we've been receiving extraterritoriality from the United States for ages, and now it's a competition which is dangerous. It is a legal arms race, as we've qualified this in INJ for more than 5 years. And this legal arms race is really dangerous because we're talking about the fragmentation of the internet, but it's not the internet that is fragmented. It is the legal regime that applies to the internet that is already fragmented and that risks becoming incoherent, which is even more. So there's no simple answer to your question apart from having this sort of compass in mind where who are the stakeholders? Who am I impacting when I'm taking a decision beyond my territorial authority? And how far am I going in terms of unintended consequence? I loved Emily's remark about God is GDPR compliant. I mean, I constantly raged against the GDPR, which makes me spend more time clicking on refusal than on reading the article that I'm trying to access. I mean, this is an unintended consequence that was not taken into account. So the too much or too little is just a guiding principle.
Thanks, Bertrand. I'm going to give briefly to Keith, and then David. I know we have some comments online, and then Georgia, I also see your hand.
Thank you very much, Chris. Hi, everybody. I'm Keith Drazek. I'm with VeriSign, the registry operator for .com and .net.
So I want to agree with Emily's comments earlier and provide a little bit of context about the challenges facing the ICANN multi-stakeholder process and the bottom-up consensus building policy development work. Emily is absolutely right. There was an expedited policy development process that was initiated around the time of GDPR going into effect. And there was intense work. That work was divided in the ICANN space into two components. There was the phase one work to ensure compliance. ICANN's contracts were able to be in compliance with GDPR. I think that was highly successful. There was a second phase that was focused more on the questions of access and disclosure to registrant data that had previously been publicly available, generally speaking, acknowledging that there were privacy and proxy services and other aspects. But generally speaking, a system that was publicly available that had people's personal data available for search online. And the questions of access and disclosure became quite sticky and very challenging and resulted in not a lot of satisfaction for anybody. There was very little consensus, if any, on that question. There's ongoing work within the ICANN space to figure out next steps about standardized access and disclosure systems. But Emily is right that the multi-stakeholder process within ICANN did not produce results that were satisfactory to everyone. And I think what we've seen in NIS2, particularly Article 28, is a reaction to the fact that the ICANN community didn't deliver something that was satisfactory, in this case, to the European Commission, the European Union regulators there. And therefore, we've now seen regulation coming out that essentially has overtaken or leapfrogged the work in the ICANN space that is still dragging on, frankly. And as somebody who participates actively in the ICANN community on a daily basis, I acknowledge that the ICANN community and the multi-stakeholder system must become more efficient, more effective, more able to deliver results in a timely fashion, or we risk what we've seen recently, and especially with NIS2 Article 28, is regulation coming from a particular jurisdiction that has extraterritorial impact and could result in a fragmented approach where we end up with a number of different regulations from a number of different jurisdictions. And as an operator of registry services and in the technical community and the business community, that type of fragmentation is very unhelpful. It's very it's a real challenge for any operator to have multiple requirements coming from multiple jurisdictions and having to operate in that type of an environment. So I'm just, as a general statement, as a multi-stakeholder participant, we have to be more nimble in our ability to deliver so that we can avoid this type of extraterritorial regulation, or at a minimum, make sure that there's better collaboration, better coordination, so there's more consistency in whatever variation or variability there may be. So thanks, Chris.
Thanks very much, Keith. David, please, we've got some remote comments. And then we'll have Georgia and Jean-Jacques.
Thank you, Chris. We have a remote question for Emily from Sebastian Ducos, but I'd like to read it out so everyone here in the room can hear the question. So over to you, Emily. Are the Article 28 requirements on every registrant's data a scope creep on a legislation which was drafted to secure critical infrastructure?
I'm happy to jump in. Chris, shall I respond to the question now, or do you want to go to Jean-Jacques and Georgia first?
Relatively brief response, then we can go to Georgia and then Jean-Jacques.
Yeah, I can keep it very brief. Excellent question, Sebastian. Thank you very much. It is quite an anomaly in the NIS2 directive to see. It's a little bit like a little spaceship has landed in the middle of this directive, which is all about network security, all the stuff that you would expect in a very cybersecurity approach. And it also, I think, flags some bumps in the road ahead, because in the main, the implementation of the directive at national level has been handed to the National Cybersecurity Centre, who are very comfortable with issues such as, how do you safeguard against, insider threats or raise your game of basic cyber hygiene, but perhaps less comfortable with the domain name system and the intricacies of it. So I think that this provides both an opportunity and a threat for those interested in the domain name system, because it is likely to remain a backwater, but also perhaps not to have that much expertise in terms of those who are in charge of the regulation going forward. So thank you for the question.
Thanks,
Hey,
Emily.
Georgia, please. Great. Georgia may not be able to unmute herself. Can we make Georgia a co-host so she can unmute? Or just unmute her? Yeah, okay. We'll go to Jean-Jacques first. Jean-Jacques, thank you for your patience. I know you're one of our speakers and it's good this is your first turn at the mic, so good to see you.
Okay, let's try. I hope you can hear me okay. I wanted to just comment briefly on this first part and extraterritoriality, and I think it's whether or not extraterritoriality remains a good or a bad word. I think the problem is that it's very often, in my mind, something that will lead to ineffectiveness. So what I'd like to offer in terms of thinking about the risks, it's actually two things. And I want to also mention that it's not just nowadays about some countries from the global north. We're seeing countries from anywhere in the world starting to do extraterritorial legislation, and some of them in such a way that they might well have an impact well beyond their borders, whether it's because of the sheer size of the fines that they're talking about, or because, we have countries currently that are proposing fines that amount to 30% of turnover for online harms, just potentially just one piece of online harm. I mean, it's frankly ridiculous. So, either they think that they're going to have they're important enough that they will have an impact internationally and companies will just pay up, or they are ready to take the risk that their people will suffer from having a vastly reduced amount of information and resources available from the global internet, because a huge number of platforms will refuse to just bother with that country. And I think that's really the wrong way to think about it. So I think the policymakers across the world really need to think about the practical impact of what they're proposing, and that leads me to the sort of two key things that two key concepts I think are hugely important here. The first one is impact assessment, and the other is consultation or multi-stakeholder participation. So impact assessment in the EU, it's at least, and in some other places, having an impact assessment as you propose legislation is mandatory under law. And I really think it's needed. An impact assessment could be, can be broader or smaller, but at least it should consider things like economic impact, but also technical impact potentially, and then impact beyond. And that's frankly not done well in many places. I mean, not that it's easy, but I think when you're putting together a new piece of legislation, you need to think about the impact it's going to have on users. You need to think about the impact it's going to have on businesses, and you need to think about the impact it's going to have on whatever is the practical application, which in our case might be the internet infrastructure. And I really do think that a lot of legislation we've seen around the world, this is not just about the EU, around the world relating to the internet, just hasn't done its homework in terms of impact assessment. And then from the impact assessment, if you have done a proper impact assessment, then it leads to the consultation process. And very often we see consultations just being posted on a website. But actually, if you want to do things well as a policymaker, you don't just publish the consultation on the website for free people to see. You proactively go out there to solicit input from the relevant stakeholders. And so whether it's for the NIS directive or GDPR or indeed legislations elsewhere in the world, I don't think we should just point the finger at the EU. I think that's actually a bit unfair in a way, because there are many other jurisdictions where it's not done properly. we should have a much more inclusive process of consultation and multi-stakeholder involvement, because that's where you have the proper input, where you might have the technical community weighing in and thinking, hold on, if you do this, X, Y, Z might happen. Or you might have, in fact, the other side of the house, if you will, that says, be careful what you wish for. For instance, you're working on a privacy legislation. You want to make sure that the other side of the government that's dealing with safety and security is able to make sure that it aligns with their own objectives so that you end up with a balanced outcome. If you're thinking about consumer groups, they're able to tell you what might be the impact on consumers. So for instance, you're passing a new legislation on online harms. You want to make sure that the way that the processes to support consumers are actually not too complex and burdensome in such a way that actually it means that consumers will just not report, not seek redress because it's just so complex. So I think, again, I think we really need to think about it from a process perspective. We need much better impact assessments across the board, and related to that, much better multi-stakeholder involvement, not just an anonymous consultation that very few people will see and respond to. I hope you heard some of this.
We did. No compliments to the audio staff here. We've got it all fixed now, so it's working well. Touch wood, it's working very well. Georgia, please.
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone's comments on it. And I just wanted to touch on what Jean-Jacques said about the impact assessment. I come from a law enforcement sort of practical background, and my first thought around this was, how can we make practical solutions around this? I'm not a lawyer, so the Article 28 of the NIS2 directive to me was like, how can we as an industry create solutions that can help this and can help us move forward? And as Emily mentioned, I've been doing a project around KYC. And looking at how know your customer, which is a way that businesses or organizations can get to know a consumer to ensure that fraud or criminal activity is not taking place. And it happens differently in very different industries, but I think it's important to note that in some industries it's not regulated to be so such as the dating app sector, which have voluntarily put in various KYC processes to help understand who their customer is, but also to protect them. And I think my point here is around the impact assessment, which is not always being done, but in terms of other industries, they have an understanding of what the harms are, what the kind of real harms are in terms of dating apps, in terms of banking and finance, which is a lot where fraud kind of ends up. And ultimately, the principle of the NIS2 directive was to help, bring cybersecurity up to a high standard for everybody. So I think when going into this, it's really important to know what the principle is behind it, but also how we can get to practical solutions. And I thought this could be, in terms of industry collaboration, how the dating app sector have done it is that they've solicited third-party providers to help them with it, as well as automation and technical solutions. But it seems to have worked very well, and they haven't, customers don't decide not to use a service because of that. If anything, they probably decide to use a specific service because it's safer for them as a consumer. So I just wanted to kind of point that out in terms of a general understanding of, from my point of view, of a practical understanding of NIS2, that industry kind of works together to create solutions, and it doesn't necessarily have to be regulation led.
Thanks very much, Georgia. I think the points you're making actually segue us very nicely into what was envisaged as segment 2 of this discussion. It's been a bit of an organic discussion in the meantime, which has been great. But the segment B that we had sort of sketched out here was about promoting industry collaboration. So developing that ecosystem to engage with policymakers to ensure that there can be that kind of multi-stakeholder process. And so particularly looking at building that cross-silo collaboration within the DNS ecosystem, but looking beyond that as well and addressing governance gaps with a focus on the Global South. And we've talked a little bit about that already, and examples of effective collaboration and data sharing practices. And again, Georgia, I think you just gave us some very interesting and specific ones. But I do want to sort of throw here to, I guess Keith probably is the, we've got Keith and Jean-Jacques to speak, and Keith, maybe I'll ask you first. Particularly in the sort of DNS industry, but like what are the current barriers that we see to cross-sectoral, cross-silo collaboration and work?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, no, that's a perfect segue. And I know we've talked specifically about NIS2 here in the first segment, but I want to sort of use that as an example and jump off from that to say NIS2 Article 28 in particular, I think, is an example where it was a reaction to something else that happened as a result of regulation. And we want to try to, as industry, and I say industry, I'm talking about in this case the internet infrastructure industry, where we have registries and registrars at the DNS level, and then we've got focused primarily on technical harms, and again talking about online harms here, and then hosting providers, CDNs, ISPs, and others in the infrastructure stack, who we all have our different roles, responsibilities, and technical capabilities to mitigate harms within within our operations or in our experience. And we as industry need to do a better job of collaborating and cooperating to identify those harms and to make sure that there's a clear understanding among us as to our respective roles and responsibilities. And so there's enhanced or improved cooperation and information sharing about what we're seeing, about trends, about abuse reporting, and to make sure that the most appropriate actor is taking that action proactively. But all of this is in the context of, I think, enhanced industry engagement so we can engage externally with regulators so that as they seek to regulate, as we expect they will, they do so in an informed way. And so looking ahead, I think what we are hoping to achieve through enhanced industry engagement is to be able to work with regulators, to work with legislators, to make sure that any regulation that does come is more aligned with a full understanding of who we are, what we do, and how we do it, what the limitations are in terms of our technical capabilities, and importantly, as Chris, you asked one of the, what are sort of the obstacles or the challenges, is that at least for those of us that operate in the ICANN multi-stakeholder community, ICANN's bylaws prohibit it from being a content moderator, right? From getting engaged in content matters. And so we in the registry and registrar space in the GTLD world have contracts, and we have contracts that require us to take action. And that same regime does not exist as you start talking about hosting providers and other actors sort of up the stack. They certainly are required to be compliant with local law and jurisdictional law and jurisdictional requirements, but it's not the same sort of contractual regime that we have in the DNS space. So I think it's important for those of us who are registries and registrars to also engage with the content operators, kind of hosting providers, et cetera, to make sure that we're aligned and having better engagement, both operationally together, but as we engage with regulators. So maybe, Chris, I'll stop there and happy to continue this dialogue.
Yeah, no, thanks, Keith. And I mean, well, to me, certainly it jumps out the complexity of that venue ecosystem of where is the appropriate place to govern or to regulate or to make these kinds of arrangements is, clearly a barrier or at least a hurdle to be overcome. So that, yeah, really an interesting note there. But Jean-Jacques, can I come to you? I mean, coming from a bit of a different perspective there, and I guess also asking you sort of where do you see the barriers to that cross-industry collaboration, and also and perspectives from global South to shape more inclusive governance and collaboration models. Are there lessons or things that we can look at to sort of improve that?
Okay, thanks, Chris. Can you hear me, by the way? Is that okay?
I can.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Look, I'll come back on the detail on cross-industry collaboration. I think we need to place it in a broader perspective of the fact that around the world, both in the North and the South, we do need to reinforce to make sort of both the industry, government, and broader multi-stakeholder dialogue an ongoing part of policy and legislative development. I don't think it's happening remotely as much as it should be. We still see in panels, even in places like Brussels, where you may have just one part of industry next to the policymakers, not all sectors that should be represented. Very often civil society and consumer groups are not there. So you're missing the point in terms of comprehensive and effective policy development and legislative development. So I think that's quite important. I think we really need to mainstream this idea of a regular dialogue. And I think it's really important when we talk about online harms, because if we focus on the role of industry, you know, online harms are evolving very fast. And governments cannot realistically catch up all the time. They have to have this dialogue with industry and the technical community at least, and consumer groups to understand better the consumer perspective. That is absolutely necessary in order to understand the practical realities of online harms and how best to deal with them. And that's really not happening sufficiently. Again, that's not just a North or South issue. I think that's across the board. So we really need, again, to sort of mainstream, you know, what we here at the IGF and in the WSIS process for the past 20 years have known, which is that multi-stakeholder governance is the right thing for the internet. It should be obvious to everyone today that it is needed at national level as well when we're developing laws, but that's still not happening, whether it's for the internet and for other relevant sectors. So that's the first thing. We really need to improve that. But in terms of the practical realities, I think there are some issues in terms of basic understanding of some of the ways in which we deal with online harms in the digital world. There's a very low understanding of the processes that exist to flag, at a very basic level, to flag bad content to digital platforms, whether as a user or as a government. And that touches on the extraterritorial aspect. The government can submit a removal request under its national laws, and that will be just for that country. But then if they submit a flag, like users can, against a company's policies, then that could be handled at a global level if it fits an inappropriate behavior that's understood at global level. So there's an interesting area here where, again, an industry government dialogue would really help in finding the most practical and effective ways in which to pursue online harms, to deal with them. And so I think a bit of that is around capacity building and having that dialogue. I want to flag here, for instance, that some of the UN agencies like the UN Office of Drugs and Crime have been very helpful in organizing sessions for law enforcement and local government agencies, for them to get in touch with digital platforms and understand those reporting processes. And more of that would be really, really helpful. And then they would help with some of the focus of today's discussion, which is some of the day-to-day constraints we have in going after online harms. For some of the most egregious harms, things like, you know, criminal activities like scams, for instance, scams and fraud, there's a need for sharing intelligence, right? And so sharing data. And some of that data can be sensitive. We're talking about accounts. They can be personal names sometimes if we're talking about the criminals. Now, for that to be safe from a legal perspective, we need to have the right legal frameworks, right? And as we've discussed before, they don't always exist fully in terms of international frameworks. At the local level, they might exist, but we don't always have an alignment between safety laws and data protection laws. So in some cases you have, or in many cases, unfortunately, what we encounter is companies across sectors, right? This is not just the digital sector. If you're talking about something like scams, you need cooperation with the banks or the telecom companies. Now, if you want to be effective, you need to be able to identify that something is a piece of scam. And very often as a digital platform, we only have a part of the puzzle. So we might not always be able to ascertain that something is a criminal piece, is a criminal harm from just what we have access to. We might need to corroborate that versus data from a bank, for instance, about transactions, or from a telecom operator. in order to share that intelligence, very often what we find is people say, hold on, I can't share that data because data protection laws are stopping me from doing that. And that might not actually be the case, but it might not be very clear in the law. So we might need more guidance. We might need some more clarifications, and that's often what happens. And I think that's something that we, you've mentioned the discussions on the WHOIS and the GDPR, and I think we're finding similar types of headaches, if not constraints, in relation to scams, where a number of companies are saying, whoa, whoa, whoa, I can't exchange data. Even though it's about scams, it's about finding bad people. And yes, there's supposed to be caveats and carve-outs in GDPR, for instance, in order to tackle things like criminal activities. I'm not comfortable from a legal standpoint that I will not be in breach of GDPR if I exchange that sort of data. And so that's even with the EU, which is a pretty advanced framework, but we find that in many other jurisdictions. So there's a need here really to think about making sure that we have alignment between different laws. And that goes back to my earlier comment that when you are crafting the law, you might want to make sure that you have the right stakeholders around the room, that you have a fit between different laws. And often what happens is laws are developed in silos. And so you end up with conflicts of laws effectively between a security and safety law that tells you absolutely need to deal with, say, financial crime and scams, and another one that says, but you can't exchange data. So as a company, you're stuck. And you want to do the right thing, but you're actually prevented from doing so in many ways. And an additional thing in relation to that is the importance of due process generally, and when we are dealing with online harms. And here what we find is that there's often a lack of understanding of some of the processes by at least the digital platform, probably some of the other intermediaries, which is we need to abide by due process. And that means that we have to review every flag that we are presented with following due process, and that includes making sure that it fits with human rights safeguards. And although it might not be very detailed, actually human rights is one of the areas where we do have international frameworks. However, I can tell you from experience that in many jurisdictions, again, both North and South, we find governments saying, why are you doing this human rights review? You're just not respecting the law. You're trying our national law. You're trying to impose another country's construct onto us by pretending that you need to do a human rights review. Well, actually, that's far from the truth. If you look at least at the processes that we have at Google, we've specifically referred to human rights guidelines by the United Nations. So they're well accepted. But we do find this pushback. And I think that's where there really needs to be an understanding. Where we do have international frameworks, they should be followed and understood. Where we have constraints or gaps, and since this is the focus, I think that there are gaps in terms of some of the data that we're able to share. I think this is where we need to look to some of the conventions. In particular, I want to mention the convention on cybercrime, the Budapest Convention, which has a second additional protocol which provides human rights and privacy safeguards. That's the sort of good practices that are respected at the international level, which we would hope more countries would look to adopt, and that would enable us to then be able to cooperate more fully and share the right data, both among industry players and with governments, in the knowledge that we are abiding by well understood and accepted and stable international legal frameworks. So I think I'll stop here, but thank you for the time. Happy to take questions later on, of course.
Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques. It's a huge amount to digest and unpack there. Certainly interesting that the phrase, the Convention on Cybercrime, now requires a little further explanation to be clear what we're talking about. But I did appreciate, and sort of seizing on one small part of what you were discussing there and linking to a lot of the other discussions around the centre this week, is leveraging the UN agencies and the opportunities that they have for building that capacity in education. I have Bertrand here with a hand, and then Emily. I'm also seeing that Fazane Badi in the chat room has made some references, and perhaps will be able to speak. And there is her hand. Wonderful, thanks. And then also Keith. So please, Bertrand.
Yeah. many interesting thoughts in what Jean-Jacques was saying. One general element is that when we talk about online harms, it requires the same kind of coordination or multiple actions that the creation of the internet requires itself. The internet is the result of an enormous convergent effort by many actors, each doing something in their corner in a way that is coordinated and interoperable, yet independent. And I think when we're dealing with online abuse, we will need increasingly to have a better coordination between the different actors along what is labeled, and I think Keith has used it, along the stack. Whether it is DNS operators, um, registries and registrars, hosting providers, cloud providers, content delivery networks, and all sorts of actors along the stack. The second thing is, very briefly, I cannot emphasize enough what Jean-Jacques was saying about the importance of implementing multi-stakeholder approaches, consultation, co-drafting, development of legislations at each national level. Multi-stakeholder approach is not only for the global level. It will be implemented progressively at the national level and sometimes below the national level. In municipalities, you can develop rules by consulting broadly the actual stakeholders of this particular region. And I want to emphasize also that we're talking a lot about regulation. Regulation is something that still has a very, I wouldn't say rigid, but top-down approach where there's a regulator and the regulated. I think in many of the discussions that we have, we should be talking about setting the rules. Because setting the rules is more flexible. You can set the rules collectively, and the implementation of those rules can be one on another actor. And sometimes the implementation of the rule may not be done by the administration of a particular public authority. If you take the right to be forgotten, for instance, it is a private entity, in this case Google, that has been tasked by the highest judiciary authority in Europe to arbitrate between the right to freedom of access to information and the right to privacy. So setting the rules and distributing the roles and responsibilities between public actors and private actors is the essence of the multi-stakeholder approach, I believe. Another thing is, and Jean-Jacques was alluding to it, I can testify for having run a process within Internet and Jurisdiction. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. And during the last few years, we've run a process on the question of content moderation on large platforms. I can tell you that the question of what is the geographic scope of public authorities' requests for content restriction was an extremely contentious debate. I.e., for instance, can a court in one country, because the content is absolutely unacceptable, order a platform in another country to take this content down globally? And I will tell you, it was not possible to reach an agreement among a certain number of actors, because there's a question of territorial sovereignty and a question of public interest of dealing with abuses. So those questions of what is the extent of the role, the fact that when a registry or registrar acts at the level of the domain name system, the impact is global. Likewise, for the hosting provider, if you cut the access to a site without geolocalizing, you actually cut access to the site anywhere in the world. The geographic scope of action against abuses on content related is a very tricky topic because the legislations are different regarding the content. And I don't even get into the pharmaceuticals, into hate speech and things like that. And so there are some content that are going to be sufficiently egregious to be justifying an action at a global level, and others that will be trapped into the tension between the different legislations. And the final point is, Jean-Jacques again was alluding to a very, very, very problematic issue coming from the siloed approach of legislation. The tension between data protection obligations and the requirement for security and law enforcement has been an ongoing discussion. And unfortunately, when those legislations are being drafted, the other parts of the ministries or government are not sufficiently involved. And I've seen that in international negotiations when I used to be the French thematic ambassador for digital issues. You could have the representative of the French government, and it goes for any government, taking a particular position in one forum, whereas the Data Protection Authority was taking another position in another forum, because their orientation, their perspective on the different topics was not the same. And so this tension between the conflict of laws coming in one country or conflict of laws between different jurisdictions across borders is one of the biggest dangers for having something that is legally interoperable internationally. I think I've stopped here.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. I'm going to throw to Emily Farzani and then Keith maybe close us out before we have a very quick report from Georgia, our rapporteur. We have 15 minutes, so yeah, please bear that in mind. Emily, please.
Thanks. And I won't go on. I'm keen to hear from Farzi as well and the others. Actually, just on the final point that Bertrand mentioned, a really important one, which is the need for the different agencies within government to support a balanced approach. And I just wanted to highlight on this issue a recent advisory by the UK Information Commissioner, which is the National Data Protection Authority. Who cares really what the UK Data Protection Authority says, because we've left the European Union, but actually we're still bound by the same laws. So it is an interpretation of GDPR. And I think it's important for this debate. And it's guidance on scams and fraud. And what they are saying is there is no legal barrier under data protection to sharing information for the purpose of fighting scams and frauds, so long as it is done in a thoughtful and proportionate way. And I think this is a really important issue. It casts my mind back more than 20 years. And this is a very local example, so forgive me on this. There was 2 children were murdered in a small village in one part of the United Kingdom, Soham, and by a school caretaker who had previously been fired from his job in a different part of the country for concerns over child protection. And that information was not passed on to his new employer because of data protection issues. And that caused both the law enforcement and the data protection authorities to make very strong combined statements on how that was a poor interpretation of the law. And of course, it had tragic consequences. One just final point before closing. We've talked a lot about silos, and along with Jean-Jacques this year, we've been thinking a lot about fighting scams and fraud online, and how to encourage signal sharing in a thoughtful and data protection compliant way. And I think one of the things that illustrates how no single actor has the full view is thinking about scam journeys, thinking about attack chains, and how scammers will go from establishing an identity using infrastructure, and that's involving domain names, but also VPNs and other infrastructural elements, making that false identity, engaging with victims, then cashing out, which is when the banks start to see the fraud, and then rinse and repeat. And unless you're joining up the intelligence between those different silos in the fraud journey, you are not going to be able to get ahead of the frauds and scams, the cost of which at a global level is running into trillions of dollars, and only 0.05% of cyber criminals are currently prosecuted according to the World Economic Forum. So we're not winning. It doesn't mean you throw human rights out the window, anticipating Fazi's next intervention. You have to do it in a rights-respecting, thoughtful way, but you also have to protect people from fraud and scams.
Thank you, Emily. And
Then you're right to reply. Sorry, can we please make Farzani a co-host? Sorry, our colleagues up the back in the AV. Hi, sorry. Yep. So Farzani will be able to unmute you momentarily. There you are. Hi.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So I'm sorry. I was in another session, so I missed some of the important points of discussion. But I just wanted to mention that. So the Brussels effect of NIS2 might be an actual overreach and not necessarily show the leadership that they showed when they came up with GDPR. And that's not just because I am an overzealous activist for privacy. It's because GDPR was actually a general data protection law. It did not single out domain names. It did not single out different operations. Yes, of course, it affected different operations, but largely it brought privacy, much needed privacy for I want to say globally, but it did bring us, it did give us some tools to work with to bring some much needed privacy for domain name registrants whose sensitive data was published, sometimes without them knowing, mailing address. It's including mailing address. And so one of the things that, so NIS2 wants to backpedal all of these protections that we, after a long time, we have achieved, especially at ICANN, and I believe that it has had an adverse effect on the multi-stakeholder process, because NIS2 is not really addressing the loopholes that the multi-stakeholder community at ICANN could not come up with a solution. We just did not agree that the questions of accuracy of data, the questions of disclosure, we just didn't agree for multiple legitimate reasons that it should be treated and should be tackled in the way that NIS2 decided to tackle, which can lead to intellectual property overreach, which can lead to stripping domain name registrants off of their privacy rights. And it can also have an effect on network operators, on CCTLDs that are not for profit, and they have to now comply with this law. And in some circumstances, they say that it might not even help with security. And another thing is that, unfortunately, the implementation of NIS2 in different countries varies. Like, for example, in Belgium, if I remember correctly, intellectual property rights holder can ask for the domain name registrant private sensitive data, and they are not going to be informed about that request for their data. The data holder is not going to be informed about it. So these are like the transposition of the law is very problematic as well as its impact on the multi-stakeholder process that, unfortunately, we didn't but we were discussing these issues at ICANN, and somebody came up with a solution for us, which is going to have impact on human rights, on the multi-stakeholder model, and on various operation of networks.
Thank you very much, Fazi.
Keith, I'd give the last word here to you.
Thank you, Chris. And I guess we'll hand it to Georgia after briefly. So thank you all very much. I want to just touch briefly on a couple of things, pulling from Jean-Jacques' remarks earlier about the need for multi-stakeholder engagement. I want to talk a minute about due process, and I want to tie it all together in the context of so-called trusted flaggers as an example, right? And so, you know, as we look at the attempt to mitigate online harms within our respective areas of responsibility and technical capabilities, the concept of trusted flaggers, which is typically outside of due process, right? It's typically something that is identified outside of a court order, where we are either asked, expected to, or encouraged to take the recommendations of an entity to take action within our capabilities. If it was a registry or a registrar, it's a domain name takedown, which disrupts the route to the content. If it's a content host, then it would be removal of the content itself. But the concept of trusted flaggers, I think, is an example where we as industry need to make sure that we have inputs from a range of stakeholders, civil society interests, to make sure that there's recourse for the impacted party, privacy, the ability to make sure that there's transparency about the actions that are being taken. We need to engage with law enforcement. We need to engage with those who would seek to be trusted notifiers or trusted verifiers when action is being requested outside of a court order or outside of the traditional due process. And so this is an important opportunity, I think, for industry to engage with a range of stakeholders as we develop our own processes and as we engage with authorities in terms of, whether we talk about regulation or, as Bertrand said, rulemaking, the opportunity to, do better, to be more proactive, and to get ahead of what regulation may come. But these are all important factors as we look to mitigate online harms moving forward. So thanks, Chris.
Thank you very much, Keith. So, yeah, I want to turn now to Georgia, who's been our sort of rapporteur, and ask perhaps if she's got some final takeaways takeaways from this session. Thanks, Georgia.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the engagement in this session. It's been an exciting discussion. And I think, from the first segment, we looked at the NIS2 directive and the extraterritoriality, looking at the Goldilocks effect. There's a lack of harmonization in the EU currently that's causing confusion. And also we looked at from the difficulty in terms of jurisdiction and that extraterritoriality effect is not clear to everybody. And then in the second segment, we looked at the importance of industry collaboration to prevent online harms and the reluctance to sometimes tackle content, but that the importance to engage with different stakeholders across the stack, but also some of the practical realities of online harms. And that does tie into the difficulty with the NIS2 directive and implementing this directive in this complex ecosystem that we're in. And that better coordination between different actors across the stack, between DNS operators, registries, registrars, hosting providers, but also, as Keith just mentioned, law enforcement, and everybody is really important. And also implementing multi-stakeholder approaches, not just at a global level, but at a national level, making it more efficient and better for us all, working together with regulators. So I guess those are my final takeaways, but I really appreciate everyone's engagement in this discussion. I think it's been, a fantastic discussion. And I think that's it from me.
Okay, thank you very much, Georgia. I want to thank all of our speakers. Jean-Jacques, I realize I didn't get a chance to get any final words from you. I don't know if you've got any sort of final, no? Okay, but
thank you very much for organizing. More dialogues needed on all this.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you for being here online. Emily, thank you for being our online speaker. Bertrand and Keith here in the room, thank you. David, our remote moderator, thank you very much for that. Thank you to all in the room who helped us to get through the audio-visual issues that we had. It took some effort, but I think we got there in the end. As Georgia and Jean-Jacques say, this is a discussion that needs to continue. We've built on last year's workshop with this one. I'm sure there'll be opportunities to continue this in only 6 months in Oslo. So yeah, look forward to the discussion continuing there. Thank you all.
One, two, one, two. Can you hear me? No. Can you? Oh, I can hear myself. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, one, one. Where do you want to? Where shall where? Okay, yes, we do it. Yes, yes. Hören Sie mich? Gut, okay.
Can you hear me? So, good afternoon, everyone that's joining us here at the room, and everyone that is watching us via Zoom. It's a pleasure to have all of you here. My name is Luisa, and I'll be moderating the session today called Next Steps in Internet Governance Models for the Future. Today, we will explore the current internet governance models and how they can adapt to the growing challenges that the digital policy poses to us, and also how we can identify best practices to enhance trust in digital governance process. And to do this, we have here our wonderful speakers with a lot of experience in internet governance. So let me introduce them to you. On my left side, I have Keith Andrews. He's Executive Director of the Center for Climate Research and Information and also Chair of the Kenya Youth IGF. We have Dr. Rodolfo Guido. He's Director General of the Central Department of BMDV, the German Ministry for Digital Affairs and Transport. And we have Amrita, Director of the Cybercafe Association from India. Our event will be composed of two sessions of 2 round questions for each speaker, and then we will open the floor for a quick Q&A afterwards. So if you are joining us via Zoom, you can just send the questions, and then we will forward them to the speakers. So yeah, let's. So considering we have a pretty tight schedule, I ask you to keep your answers to 2 to 3 minutes, and since we don't have a timer, just excuse me if I have to jump in. So let's start to open our discussion. I would like to invite our panelists to share the perspectives from their countries. And because digital policies have evolved so much and there are different models everywhere, so it would be really nice to hear how your countries have adapted to it. So first question for you, Dr. Guido. So from the perspective of BMDV, what emergency priorities do you see for Germany in the future of internet governance, especially concerning the intersection with European and global?
Can you all hear me? Okay. So thank you very much, and thank you for having me on this distinguished panel. I would start with the obvious, but I think very important sentence that for us the future of internet governance is a multi-stakeholder one. It's a multi-stakeholder process. It used to be, and it should remain one. Secondly, it's also very important for us to have the IGF as the cornerstone and the centerpiece of this multi-stakeholder process of internet governance. We are very well aware that there are also at European level, of course, but also on the international level, new developments and new aspirations. But we see them and we participate, and we are, of course, also active in the European Union, we are active in the United Nations, but also we are active with an aim, and our aim is to integrate most of what's going on in these fora into the IGF world, because, as I said, this for us is still the centerpiece. And when I'm looking inside Germany, we have German IGF, we have the youth, we have many multi-stakeholder processes within Germany, and we would really not like to lose this momentum and this very active community by putting the whole questions on an intergovernmental level. So it should stay on the multilateral level. On the multi-stakeholder level, it should not go to the multilateral level. That's for us the most important future question, nationally, European level, and international level.
Thank you so much for your answer, Dr. Guido. And I couldn't agree more, especially concerning the renovation of the IGF mandate next year. So Keith, now next to you. In your vision, what are the unique challenges and opportunities of the Kenyan internet governance ecosystem, and how does this specific challenge influence your model, your ideal model of internet governance, please?
All right, thank you so much for having me. It's indeed a pleasure to share some experience from Kenya. So the Kenya internet governance landscape presents several unique challenges and opportunities that inform the ideal model for internet governance. I'll mention some challenges, but I'll also mention some of the opportunities that this presents. So in terms of challenge, I think there are three challenges. One is the digital divide. The next is data privacy and protection, and cybersecurity threats. I think on the digital divide, despite the progress that we've seen in the country, there remains a significant gap in the internet access between urban areas and rural areas. So when you go deep into the rural areas, you find that the access is still an issue. So this limits opportunities, especially for young Kenyans, to participate fully in the digital economy and access essential services, given that a lot of government services have also been put online. So you find there's a huge challenge when the issues of access and affordability at rural area for somebody who wants to access government services, including even something as basic as renewing driver's license, for example. And the second one, which was on data privacy and protection, we have enacted the Data Protection Act in 2019. So we already have a fully functional independent office of the Data Protection Commission. And this highlights the need for a robust framework to safeguard personal data. However, there are some challenges that persist in ensuring compliance, and public awareness regarding data rights. So we don't know rights versus responsibility. I think many of the times we focus more on the rights, but never look at the responsibility. So, data processor, data handler, what are my responsibilities, either as an individual or as an organization. So I think that still needs a bit of awareness. On cybersecurity threats, we've also seen an increased number of incidents, especially on cyberbullying. Hate speech has also, gone up, especially around political processes and participation. And data breaches, of course, still pose very serious risks, and this is a risk both to individuals and organizations, necessitating enhanced cybersecurity measures and public education on online safeties. So on opportunities, again, I'll just very quickly go down on three of them. So one, we have some government support on startups. This has seen that there's growing recognition from government regarding the importance of fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, which leads to initiatives that support startup growth in digital transformation journey. And then the second one is on youth engagement. Kenya has a very, very, very vibrant and innovative youth population, many of whom are eager to engage in internet governance discussions, and that speaks to the youth IGF. We have a community of over 500 youth IGF community, and also from the Kenya School of Internet Governance, we've seen a lot of interest for the young people to actually take this School of Internet Governance, to the extent that Kiktanet has made this a paying module. So young people are even willing to pay to actually go through this school, and the model is actually growing, and these young people are beginning to now come and shape the policies. Then lastly is collaboration and among stakeholders. The establishment of forum like Kenya IGF, like I've said, have fostered collaboration amongst stakeholders, government, civil society, academia, in a multi-stakeholder approach to address digital governance challenges. So I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. I feel like the challenges you said are very common to several countries of the global south. For my country, Brazil, example, it's the same. And now back to Emeridian. So when it comes to participatory process in digital governance, we can mention the consultative process that the Telecom Regulatory Authority have concerned during the last years. And I would like to ask you, what are the main lessons learned from these processes, and what are also the main limitations of consultative participation, especially in a country with such diversity backgrounds as in India?
So much for the question, and thank you for having me. I'll also try to answer something which you had been asking the other participants. So India initially was more for a multilateral process, but later endorsed the multi-stakeholder process. And one, I would say, example where the consultative process works is with the Telecom Regulatory Authority, who looks after mostly the telecom services. So they have a consultative process wherein when they have a consultation, stakeholders put in their comments, it is put up on the website. You can counter comment on them within a particular stipulated time. They may have open houses where you can, counter interact with each other. That's one good thing, which the transparency and accountability is something which is open, which normally in many of the processes we don't see. But what needs to be done more there would be the lack of understanding apart from the people who are participating in the consultation. Many may not even know what the consultation paper, for example, is all about. It can be on, say, spectrum, but it may also affect the community networks, the smaller ones, who may not even know that it may impact them. So the outreach or the capacity, or even letting all the others know about it is one of the limitations in a country wherein you have various education level, various languages, different terrains. So I think that's a work in progress. It may be in many other developing countries. Now coming back to where the initial question you asked about internet governance, India does have an internet governance forum where things are discussed. As a, however, in a developing country, when you talk about internet governance, that may not be the priority of all the countries, because the governments want to provide access to everyone. That is their first priority. They want jobs, they want technology to leapfrog. So if I'm looking at India, they would be more interested in having manufacturing of chipset in the country, or access, or even using AI as startups. When you just say internet governance, they may not understand the value. They value our internet governance forum. They'll never oppose it, but it's not priority. That's why you will not find high, of top officials coming here. I think they need to know more about internet governance forum. Is just not about names, numbers, protocols, or the traditional internet governance things, because a lot more is discussed from the developing world which would impact them. So I think the the the narrative to them has not been expanded, that this is just not this, there is more discussed, and there is value for them to come. So I think that narrative is important, and I think it is important for most of the developing countries.
Thank you, Amarita. Again, as you just said, regarding developing countries, I feel like this is pretty much a reality for Brazil as well, especially concerning digital divide and access to the internet and equipment. So thank you, all of you. We'll now go to our next slot, and it's concerning multi-stakeholder approaches. So Keith, I'll go with you first. And so you mentioned during your answers the access to internet in rural or marginalized communities. So I would like to ask you where access disparities remain a challenge, and what additional steps could the multi-stakeholder model take to address the needs to bridge the digital divide, ensuring that the government's policies reflect the needs of this population, not leaving them behind of the process.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much. Yeah, so one is to enhance the digital literacy programs. And here, Kictanet is currently involved in digital skilling for over 10,000 community digital champions in two marginalized counties. So we have the national government, and then we have county governments. So we've picked two counties that are of marginalized communities where we're already doing the community digital champions there. And this will, of course, further open to other counties as we continue. And so this collaboration is together with the UK government. We will also be doing same for women in 10 counties in Kenya under the Women in Digital Economy Fund. By improving digital skills, we see that the community can better engage with online services and participate also in internet governance discussions. There's need to increase investments in essential infrastructure, such as reliable electricity. We see that this is a challenge where we don't have reliable electricity and power and energy needs as it is on, when we're talking about just transition. And telecommunication networks as well. We've also noticed that these marginalized counties do not have coverage because for many telecommunication companies, they don't see these counties as, opportunities for them to make business case in that sense. So again, collaborating with government and private sectors stakeholders can help develop a robust framework for expanding connectivity and ensuring equitable access to digital resources. And lastly, to facilitate community engagement platforms, creating platforms for community members to voice their concerns and perspective in internet governance issues, engaging local leaders and decision-making process. We'll also ensure that policies are informed by unique challenges faced by rural communities. So we think that these steps, aim to empower marginalized communities, but it will also improve access to digital resources and ensure that their voices are integral in shaping internet governance policies in Kenya.
Thank you so much, and also for pointing out the participation of citizens in DPI. I feel like this is not really talked about enough when developing services. I'll go now to Dr. Grindel. So Germany has been very active in multilateral discussions on internet governance and digital governance in general, as well as in bilateral dialogues. So I'd like to ask you, what role do you envision for international cooperation in internet governance, and how can countries and organizations better work together to address these global challenges?
Yes, you hear me? Thank you. Yes, we are actually very active on a multilateral, multi-stakeholder, and also on a bilateral level. My personal experience, or our experience, is that the more we exercise a bottom-up approach, the more fruitful it becomes for everybody. So when we're having our bilateral digital dialogues with countries around the world, from the global south, but even from the north, we always aim at having participation of all the stakeholders in some kind of way. We don't one size fits all solution, but that's something which is very important to us, to have this bottom up, not to have like one government or two governments sitting together and then imposing on the community what they have decided. That's not going to work. And we do it on a bilateral level, and we believe that we should also not do it on a multilateral international level. So the bottom up to the multi-stakeholder approach. Then our experience is, and it's a very blunt experience, but it's important. You need to take your money where your mouth is. So if you're only talking is fine, but it's not enough. So if you want to really get into real cooperation, you need to have concrete projects. You have to have money from the development cooperation, or as in our case, for instance, we are funding the IGF Secretariat also for the next year with 250,000 euros. So we really think the talking is important, but it's not sufficient. Now that's another lessons learned, and we are trying to convince our fellow European and international partners to follow suit, and some of them do, as you know. And that is also something that we are bringing into the discussion with the WESIS Plus 20 process next year, where we see many voices on the table and some tendencies of centralization, of having power projected from top to down, and we don't like what we are seeing there, and we are working quite actively with our partners that are like-minded to guide the discussion and these negotiations that will come into a good direction.
Thank you very much for your answer. As a part of the Secretariat of the International Digital Dialogues, I'm very proud of the work we have been doing. And I really believe that this bottom-up approach is the only solution, to be honest. So now, Meridian, you have been a very great advocator for youth engagement, both in India and in the IGF as a general. And from your perspective, what should policymakers do to ensure that the youth can actively contribute to internet governance, both in their respective countries and globally as well?
We should move away from tokenism. We just don't, many times you will see you need women representation, so you put in a woman in a panel. That happens many places. I'm not, many times you need to show women, so you have someone in the board. You have that kind of a thing. So many times you'll see you want to have a youth, so you put a youth. But I think you have to take them seriously. We were having a discussion today, like, what the narrative should be. I think you have to reach out to the youth in the way they work. For example, they are on messages, they are on, videos, etc. Talk to them about what they think is the internet, how it should be shaped in the future, what they perceive are the challenges, or try to explain it to them that, look, what you take for granted today may actually hurt you. And obviously build their capacity just like you do with the others, the politicians or the others. Is it better now? Okay. So I think you have to talk to them in their language, try to understand them, not patronize them. That's one. And also explain to them what is at stake. Give them the opportunities to come, if they have to come, present, build their capacity, and also make them accountable. Simply, for example, if you have rules or regulations on online gaming coming and you want age gating, have you actually spoken to 16, 17-year-old, young adults, how they would want it? Are you giving them some amount of responsibility on how they could do it? I think that's important. The youth IGF initiatives in the countries should be encouraged. Wearing my IGF support associations hat, we try to support them, and I'm sure many governments are also supporting those initiatives. Not only the discussions out there try to have more tangible discussions on, I would say key takeaways which they can implement, etc. Could be one way of looking at it. And whatever they have in their respective countries in terms of learnings, they push it back to the youth IGF at the IGF, and whatever messages come, they are percolated down. Just before this session, I was speaking that the messages which come out from the IGF needs to reach everyone. Are we ensuring that happens? So even the youth initiatives have a lot of discussions which happen. Do the messages actually go to all the governments? I think those are certain things. If we do, at least baby steps can help.
Okay, thank you so much. As we have actually 3 panelists here that are kind of engaged with the youth, so this is a happy coincidence. And I feel like the first phrase that you said about don't tokenizing people, this is actually the key role. Now we're going to a audience interaction section. So I'd like to know if we have any questions here in the room. No, doesn't seem like it. Okay.
Thank you very much. I was looking at the topic itself, the next steps in internet governance, and you are looking for models for the future. I would like to contribute by saying the multi-stakeholder model will persist. At least for now, I don't see any alternative. So, like the presenter in the middle mentioned, it's a multi-stakeholder compared to multilateralism. We have already seen the problems with multilateralism quite recently with the UN treaty, where you have a lot of challenges being mentioned about it, yet it was negotiated in multilateral conditions. So I see internet governance persisting to be under multi-stakeholder situations. And the multi-stakeholder model itself has evolved. And I think the way it has evolved is that it has gone regional and it has even gone national. We now have national IGFs, but they are not enough. So in future, I'm looking at a situation where we will have more national IGFs, but also operating under the multi-stakeholder model.
Thank you very much for your comment. Does anyone would like to complement?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this intervention. I think it's very, very relevant. We do have in Europe the EuroDIG, which is a regional European IGF, and I've myself been to many meetings of the EuroDIG, and what you're saying is completely right. It is another perspective. It is a more comprehensive view about the challenges that people in the same region face regarding to internet governance, and I would, from my experience, wholeheartedly support this this intervention.
Coming from the Asia Pacific, I chair the Asia Pacific Regional IGF, and wear that hat and explain. So we have something called a synthesis document, which we release after each, annual event. The challenge in Asia Pacific is we have very diverse countries. We have the big ones like India, China. You have the small Pacific islands. You have the landlocked countries like Nepal, Afghanistan, not to forget. So we have various diverse countries with different sensitivities, etc. We do pass it, but it's very difficult to come to a common ground on certain things. So yes, you need to have these dialogues within the country so that you can even influence your own governments wherever possible, even if you cannot do it from a regional perspective. Also, for example, we had our Asia Pacific in Taiwan. Taiwan is not recognized in UN, so none of the UN people came there, even the IGF. So those are hard facts which we face in our region, but they are very involved in it. So those are certain things we have to look at various places. And also the other thing is, we are saying all stakeholders, you may have, say for example, I come from civil society, we may be working, we may be actively contributing, but when decisions are made, are civil society given that much of value? For example, when discussions on artificial intelligence is going on, yes, private sector has a bigger stake and they are more involved, whereas there may be some people from civil society who understands AI or the issues. I'm not saying everyone, but at least people understanding. Are they taken into consideration then? Is during this so-called multi-stakeholderism, some stakeholders given more power than others? I think those are also certain things we need to consider. But I completely agree with you, but reality at times is very skewed. I think Bertrand has a
So we have a question online, and no, if it's via chat, or you can open your mic and just go as well, please. Are you with us, Evgeny? Okay, so I'll just pass to the room. Please open mic. Can the tech room open his mic, please? I feel like he's not able of opening it. Just a second.
Okay, thank you, colleague. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks a lot for the discussion. So, formats and approaches highlighted during the discussion have so many, how say, different modalities that it's very difficult to say how such experience can be applied for future internet governance. So, since we have a topic, next steps of future approach for internet governance. So, but we still see a big inequality in terms of how say contribution of all countries for the moment to the global internet governance. Moreover, some multi-stakeholder approach, in one hand, how they provide a wide possibility to involve any actors, but in other case, we see that how say it brings voices of business and other actors who, how say, frankly speaking, also represent a global minority. My question, understand it's maybe more philosophical question, how we can avoid dictatorship, forced push towards formats agreed by active minority, but this minority which have maximum resources for research, development, think tanks, in one case, and for practical implementation, the governance approach in other case. How avoid this possible inequality? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Does anyone would like to answer? Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I think this inequality is really going to be there for as long as one, we have issues of access, because then that in itself is a barrier. Second thing that I think would still exacerbate these inequalities is actually the issues of resources. And resources here speak both to technical and financial, resources. Because then even just participating online, like the colleague has already done, if you don't have resources to buy, for example, bandwidth that enables you to be here, that in itself stifles this. However, borrowing from some of the experiences of Global South, I think we are seeing a lot of governments also coming in very strongly to support and make it a priority, for digital infrastructure and other ecosystem that support digital infrastructure. Things like energy, for example, is one of the things that we're seeing government already working very hard to ensure that there's last mile connectivity. If I was to compare Saudi and Kenya, for example, Kenya, I think, is one of the leading countries as far as renewable energy is concerned, right? And so we have a lot of potential in terms of just using clean renewable energy, but only about 30% of the population is connected to the grid. Whereas in Saudi, I hear it's over 90%, almost 100%, despite the fact that this is a desert, if you, in all, intents and purposes. So you'd think that Kenya would, and Saudi Arabia would be the other way around. We have geothermal, we have all these things, but these are things that are already pushing out these people, to be connected and to be part and parcel of this kind of conversation. But I think now we need to start unlocking these inequalities by even just tackling the basics. Literacy, in Global South is a challenge. So if literacy is a challenge, then how do we curb digital literacy in itself? Yeah, because at least you need to be able to read and write before you can actually operate, a computer. My grandmother, for example, we got her a phone. While she can do the basic reading and writing, so we got her a feature phone. But then she feels left out, that she also wants. However, as much as she really wants to be even on WhatsApp, and when I'm here, she tells my cousin, "Oh, where's my other grandchild? Tell him to send me a WhatsApp." So I sent her a picture of me in this session, but then she says, "Oh, has she sent it? Open for me." Now you see that in itself is a challenge, because whereas a lot of these services and government issues are coming onto the digital platforms, there's a risk of having a middleman, who then can swindle some of them in all of these ideas. When we send them, in Kenya, M-Pesa is very popular. So when I send her a little money, she has a way to just know that that is a text message. So read it for me. Is it M-Pesa? Can I look at the numbers? And then after that, she can't quite remember what was the balance. She just know there was a 953, So sometimes they go and remove maybe 100 shillings, and then it's 853. Then she was like, "Oh, there's a 53, so that's fine," Just, to conclude, how can we curb these inequalities? I think the next generation that is coming are the generation that are going to bridge the gap, towards the generation that has been left behind with this digital journey, train that has already left. So my grandmother, just to sum it up, is now connected because she has grandchildren who can now read and write, who are technologically savvy, and so she's able to navigate the terrain because of the people that are around her. So who do we support from the places and the communities we come from, to hold and to sort of handhold them and ensure that they're also not left behind? So I think the onus is on us, really.
Thank you very much. Another example of the importance of the youth, actually. Amrita, would you like to compliment?
I kind of agree, especially with senior citizens and people who are very new to the internet, using these technologies where you have been thrown today. Many of the government service, etc., is on internet, so you have to need assisted service. Assisted service always is not bad, because language also may be a problem. For example, many things may be multilingual, but when the payment comes, it may be English. So those are there. But if you look at it, there is innovation happening. Today, for digital public infrastructure, whatever, in India, even a fruit seller who can't read can take money. And they do understand it. When they see value, they use it. They will scan and, they will write in their own language, send it to you. You can choose what you want, you pay to them. We don't even have to talk. They are illiterate, but they know how to use it. So if they see value and if you can put it in pictures or in audio, it works where people do not speak. And that is where the innovation comes in. But yes, there is a difference and between the digital divide, and the digital and technological divide is increasing. If you talk about AI, etc., coming in, the the divides will increase further. And I think that's where somewhere the GDC scores a point, at least in text. It talks about transfer of technology. Whether it will happen in reality, that's a different thing. But it talks about it. And that's what developing countries are also asking for. Um, so I think there are a lot of capacity building which is done, and I do know German government has done it during the GDC also, building capacity in developing countries. I think those kind of capacity building can help to at least train parliamentary or people who are in power to understand what is happening, what is not, and also others who are interested to build with judiciary. UNESCO is doing those work. So there, it is work in progress. You can't change everything, but definitely things may change.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Is it working? It is. Apologies for my sore throat. It's not that I participated in so many panels, but I have a bad cough. I'm Bertrand de la Chapelle from the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. And I want to address the question of the future and the institutions. In 2004, during the summit on the Information Society, Kofi Annan said something that has been quoted very frequently since then, which is, in designing the governance, I paraphrase, but in designing the governance mechanism for this internet, we need to be as innovative as the ones who invented it. And being somebody who was at the summit, like many people here, I must confess that in the last 20 years, we haven't invented much. The last two innovations were the creation of ICANN before the summit and the creation of the IGF. And if you are sincere, the IGF that we know here was entirely built because of two people, Nitin Desai and Marcus Kumar, who had just like a blank slate. And they invented this thing. They invented the MAG. They invented the chair of the MAG. There was a role of a secretariat. We had a Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations who was a former Minister of India who had a lot of weight. And we've been running on this since then without inventing much, apart from the national and regional IGFs, which has actually spread. But we are at the moment, 20 years later, where we are failing in our responsibility to invent what the next step is. The IGF, as it is, has all the components that it needs to be successful. And each of them is failing. Each of them is just not what it could be. The MAG is, for anybody who follows it, is not playing the role of a real agenda setting and conference structuring panel. The chair of the MAG is not empowered sufficiently to give a direction because the mandate is not sufficient. The secretariat has no resources, human or financial. All the building blocks are there, but each of them need a little bit of a push. To finish, we will have the WSIS plus 20 review. We will not solve this problem, unfortunately, in 2025, because we will have the two co-facilitators that will be nominated God knows when. They will be running the consultations in the very traditional way. They will lead to most probably a roadblock at the end, because I take personally the reconduction of the IGF for granted. There should not even be a question about the reconduction. The question is, how will it go and evolve? And there are two questions. One, do we revisit and update the mandate of the IGF? And two, do we institutionalize the structure with a charter of sorts? Same building blocks, but clarifying the roles and responsibilities. And to finish, the problem is that it was possible to create ICANN in another time, but it is still a non-for-profit based in one country in the US, because you have only two ways to do things. Either you anchor something in one country and give it an international footprint, or you create an intergovernmental organization. We do not have in our international system a way to create a non-intergovernmental transnational institution. And if we wanted to create what is needed, i.e. to incorporate the IGF as a multi-stakeholder international organization, we don't have the tool to do this. And that's one of the challenges.
Thank you very much for your input. We have another question there, and then we pass to the speakers, okay?
Thank you. My name is Wouter Natris. I'm a consultant in the Netherlands and here representing the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety. And I would like to add something to Bertrand, that what came out of the IGF are also Dynamic Coalition's best practice for that are delivering content. But for the rest, you almost took everything away that I wanted to say, but I would like to add one particular thing. I think that the IGF has the capacity already to decide what its output should be, except we don't make choices on it. And we have to start making choices. And the dynamic coalitions are really advocating making their output more recognized, perhaps even with some sort of a sanction of the IGF, that it's a good process, etc. But that we show the world what we're actually doing, and that we're not a talk shop what everybody says we are. We are not a talk shop anymore because a lot is coming out of it, but we need to promote it. And that's what's horribly wrong at this moment, that it's hardly promoted what these outputs are. And as dynamic coalitions, we're going to fight for that, I think, in 2025 to make this better known. So how, from your point of view, the MAG help here, and what should change in the MAG to actually make that happen? What is your view there? Thank you.
May I? Yes. Thank you, Bertrand. Thank you, Wout. For those of you who do not know me, I'm not only at the moment in the Ministry for Digital Affairs the Director General for Central Affairs. I used to be responsible for the organization of the Berlin IGF in 2019, and in this capacity, I was also a member of the MAG. So these are really very relevant. These are really very relevant questions that you are asking. And I think that we have now some months to find answers. We won't probably find all the answers in that time, but we can open up some ways to continue. For this, I think the first thing, in my view, and I have said it, but I think it's really important, and it goes without saying, the IGF is there, it will continue, and it will be the cornerstone, the centerpiece of the multilateral internet governance world. Now, what is the role of the MAG? Having been member of the MAG, I know that there have been really intensive discussions about the question: do we have the capacity? Do we have the mandate to set an agenda? Is this something that we can impose on the multi-stakeholders? Who are we? What is our legitimacy as a MAG? And now we have this process which is established, which is working, but it's a little bit cumbersome and is not very and it could be improved. Of like asking to the community and bringing back the ideas and then setting the agenda. I have no solution, but I know that as soon as you start a discussion of the MAG being some kind of front runner or agenda setting body, this will most certainly bring a great discussion on the table with uncertain outcomes. The second question was, I think, about the Secretariat and the funding. I think that is something we have to tackle in human resources and in financial resources. This is the secretariat that's doing an incredible job. These are incredible colleagues, and they are really, I mean, from the bottom of my heart, I thank them until this day for everything that they have done in 2019 and all the years before and after. And it's a great team, but they are really at the edge of what they are able to do. We need to, as a community, as a multi-stakeholder community, that's what I was saying, we have to put the money where our mouth is. We have to strengthen the secretariat. That's very, very clear. And then there have been ideas, and the dynamic coalitions are one of them, and there are others. We have to have not a negotiated declaration, not some cumbersome UN kind of style document, but something that gives the inspiration that we are receiving and that we are all encompassing here to the world, to the decision-making bodies, telling them, okay, listen, you have a negotiation on, I would say, AI and human rights. Okay, there are many very good ideas that have been discussed here, and that's more or less the framework in which you are positioning yourself. So and that should be possible, I think, without having like a UN style negotiation. I stop here.
Yeah, maybe. Thank you very much for giving me the floor for 2 fingers. As you mentioned, Rudolf, the discussions within the MAG on what is the extent of its mandate is an ongoing discussion. I always answer with a joke. The joke is you don't have a bottom up if you don't have an up. And a bottom up process is a Goldilocks zone. It's basically you need to have something that is participatory, but we all know that if it's uniquely participatory, you go nowhere. There's no closure. If on the other hand, you consider as a MAG member and as a group that you have the absolute authority to set the agenda, you're too far on the too hot or too cold. And I think the discussion is what is the right balance so that the input is being taken into account. But I wouldn't be offended at all if the MAG, in its own thinking, were saying, we think that next year there should be 3 tracks that we put on place. There can be others that are produced entirely by the community, but on those 3 tracks, we would like to cluster the different workshops so that you have a structured agenda. And this Goldilocks zone is probably the approach for many of the things. And I agree with Wood. I mean, the dynamic coalition, the high-level panel, all of these are components, as I said, that are part of the architecture that we should build upon, but they're not sufficient the way they are.
Thank you, Amrita. Before passing to you, I would like to, when you do your answer, already do your final remarks, please, because we only have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think most of the people in this room agree that the IGF needs to be renewed. As in, of course, right, that's taken for granted. It has to have more teeth. Again, shamelessly talking about the working group strategy. Many of you are there in the group. We've prepared a vision document of how to strengthen the IGF and make it more strategic. I would suggest that if you can look at it, it's on the IGF website. There are various things which have been written, which could make it more strategic, more appealing, and yes, empowerment of the MAG of the secretariat is very important. The MAG, it doesn't even know how these workshop rooms were done up. People think those 300 sessions which are happening here is something which the MAG did. Unfortunately, no. It is about 84 which they decided upon. Rest comes to they come to know as we come to know. So that's the hard reality here. So I think we need to preserve what we have and enhance it. I would stop at that. Thank
you. My finishing words. We have a interesting, important year in front of us. We should stay focused. We should stay optimistic, and we should try to give our best to have the best internet governance forum or the best internet governance mechanism that this 21st century needs. And last thing, no duplication of structures.
Thank you. I do agree with my fellow panelists by looking into the future, especially for us from the global south, whom we played catch up with IGF process. You'll find that many national IGFs came into play maybe the last 10 years or so. So a lot of countries from global south, this is just when they are settling in, knowing the IGF. Sometimes it takes a few years to convince the government officials at national level that this is a space that they need to come as stakeholders and not to come to be criticized. So I remain very optimistic that the IGF will possibly be extended, if not, the mandate be renewed. But I also look at the future of IGF in the sense that it should be characterized by increased decentralization. We've seen a lot of countries being very expansive in terms of geographical, and so maybe this decentralization should actually go below national level so that we are even contextualizing things at the very local grassroots. I think one of the speakers here spoke about bottom up kind of approach, and so this national level shouldn't be in my view, last level. And secondly, I see collaboration as a very, very important and significant thing among diverse stakeholders. And I also see that balancing innovation with the needs of security and inclusivity in a rapidly evolving landscape as a very, very key thing, because this landscape is changing almost every second. And resources must be put into the processes, like again about even the secretariat not being, capacitated with the resources. So I think the resources must come. And lastly, I think also I'm being very biased, but without apology, that Africans must also be allowed managing, and controlling these resources, because technically we don't. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for participating. I feel like we had a really great debate. I feel sorry for the colleague in the back that I couldn't take her answer, but we have a tight schedule. And thank you everyone for participating in the debate and everyone online as well. Yeah, and have a nice rest of the IGF. Thank you.
diyebilirsiniz dedi gelirəm 5 dəqiqə. Orada oturun. This work? Okay, thank you.
So I just want to shortly introduce what is MyGov platform. Today we'll have 3 speakers. We'll give detailed information about to you. So MyGov platform is a pioneering government concept that seamlessly integrates citizens, state entities, businesses into a unified e-services platform. This innovative system aims to provide a comprehensive array of cutting-edge digital services, fostering collaboration and efficiency. Through MyGov platform, citizens gain access to innovation provided by government agencies, enabling them to engage with services electronically, acquire e-documents, verify the accuracy of their information, and seamlessly manage the process of sharing their data with other institutions. This innovative system aims to provide a comprehensive array of cutting-edge digital services and fostering collaboration and efficiency. So I would like to introduce our first speaker today, Mr. Orhan Ismailov. He's the head of Strategic Partnership and International Cooperation Department at IDDA. Please give applause to him, and he will shortly introduce you about MyGov platform.
Thank you very much, Laha. Actually, today I will talk about not only MyGov, I will try to share our Azerbaijan digital government transformation conception. And MyGov is the one biggest part of this strategy. But firstly, we should fix our clicker. Can you change slide, please? Yes, this is our digital transformation concept. There is 3 main components. The first one is digital government, the second one is digital society, and the last one is digital businesses. We are understanding that there is 3 main components, and that's why we try to establish our digital nation under these components. And there are some key enablers which can enable to the digital development. The first one is hard infrastructure. The second one is laws, regulations, and policies. And we are also trying to improve our AI, data, and cybersecurity strategy. And the last one is human capital. Human capital is so crucial for us because we understand that without proper human pool, we cannot enable our digital transformation strategy. That's why we are trying to improve digital awareness and digital literacy in our country. So there is a digital academy program and digital leadership program which we are trying to make our CDOs, our ambassadors in all government entities which we can speak the same language with them. And these are our some main strategic KPIs for the program 2024 and 2026. We are trying to create live events services. We are trying to digitalized all intergovernmental process, correspondence, and other things. And we are trying to establish open government. And our new strategy is after implementing of open data portal, we are our main aim is to shift our this strategy from open data portal to the open API. And these are our some strategic KPIs in the field of digital society and digital businesses. We have DigiMate program, which we are trying to help the SMEs to digitalization of the SMEs, and we have digital library, which we provide this type of SMEs with the digital tools. And now I will talk about our digital government products. The first one is Digital Bridge. Digital Bridge is the backbone of the digital government. You cannot imagine digital government without a digital bridge. This is our information national, our national information exchange system between the government entities. If you want to establish digital government, firstly you should create your bridge, information bridge system. Then you can establish your digital government on the top of this system. And as you know, we are the environmental friendly country. We hosted COP29 in our country this year, and that's why this type of services to help us to save trees and environment in this way. And these are main statistical statistic about digital bridge system. There is more than 71 government agencies who integrated to our system, and from the beginning of the implementation of digital bridge till to this day, more than 1 billion transactions have been conducted through our system. And as I mentioned already, this system helps us to save more than 10,000 trees annually. And there is a big botanical garden in our country, in our capital city, and we, as our calculation, through this system, we saved 2 times our botanical garden trees. And I will show a brief video about digital bridge, which make our vision more clear. Yes, there is no voice of the video, but there is subtitles. I think so you can catch it from subtitles. Yes, our next product is MyGov. MyGov is unified digital government portal, which to ensure a secure, transparent, and user-friendly digital connection between citizens and government and businesses. And in our country, there is more than 2,000 digital legal acts changed, and now in our country, the digital ID is officially accepted by all of government entities and businesses. It means that in our country, physical documents is equal to digital documents. If citizens can get any type of governmental and private services without their physical ID. This there is not only ID card, there is driver license, foreign passport, and other informations in the system. And we are providing this information system, this informations and citizen certificates through the MyGov portal. And we are trying to establish our digital public services on the basis of the live events, because we understand that at the previous time, all of not only in our country but all the digital government services created on the basis of the services. But we now understand that it's so easy for citizens to find this proper services which need them on the basis of live events, like for example birth, death, or marriage registration is already end-to-end digitalized in our country. And we are trying to create a proactive services. It means that, for example, when the citizens reach the pension age, there is no need to collect any documents or apply any government entities. Government proactively sent just notification to the citizens that congratulations, you have reached your pension age and you can take your bank card, for example, from some bank. And this is the next video about MyGov. I hope the sound problem is fixed already. Let's check.
Towards a paperless, queue-free future
Yes.
with the MyGov platform, ensuring easy digital access for all citizens. What is MyGov? MyGov is a digital guide that consolidates necessary services and documents, bringing convenience to citizens' lives in one place. MyGov platform aims to be a lifelong companion for Azerbaijani citizens, offering assistance anytime, anywhere, and serving as their single point of contact with state bodies.
Okay. And our next product is digital login. This is the single sign-on system. Through the system, citizens can enter any integrated public and private digital portals. And it means that it helps us to avoid to use the several passwords and login information in the several portals. Only one registration need to enter all integrated governmental services. And these are the statistics about this product. And the next video is about digital login.
Systems. To use the service, registration is required. To register, simply use one of the 5 available registration methods. The SEMA digital signature is ready to assist you whenever you use any digital service. In fact, the registration process takes only a few seconds. Open the SEMA mobile application by selecting the appropriate method. Click the scan button and log in by scanning the QR code. If you don't have the SEMA mobile application, download it by scanning the QR code below. Once you have reviewed the terms and conditions, please press the button Register. In the opened window, enter the serial number, PIN code of your ID card, and click Continue. Read the registration instructions. Allow the camera to proceed with the registration process. Position your face in the frame. Press the Start button and move your face closer to the screen. Follow the steps described in the instructions during the identification process. Create a new PIN after completing the face recognition process. Congratulations, the registration was successful. Hence, you can now easily access the portals, enjoying the convenience, and most of all, save your time. Digital login.
Yes, this is the SEMA. SEMA is a new generation of advanced digital signature of our country, and this is working on actually the face recognition technologies and AI based. And these are the main statistics about usage of this product. And the last one is digital document circulation subsystem. Through this subsystem, all our intergovernmental official correspondence fully digitalized, and there is no need to send any letters between governmental entities. And my last video is about this product. Yes, at the end, I would like to say that these are not only our digital governmental solutions. There is another solutions like e-social, e-court, e-procurement, education, healthcare, e-agro, e-police, e-ecology, and etc. And at the end of the day, due to our all this type of efforts, we have increased our places 9 times in the UN e-government development indexes. So thank you very much for your participating. Thank you very much for your attention. And now, Vaha, stage is yours.
So thank you, Mr. Ismailov, for giving information about e-government in Azerbaijan. Now, Leman Akbari will continue the interesting session. He is the head of the marketing and PR department at IDDA. So welcome, Leman Hanım.
Now? Okay. Hi. Nice to meet you all. So we're going to be talking about the communication strategy of the same products that Mr. Orhan has mentioned. And we're going to go with the main product, MyGov, which we have represented and positioned as a product, ready product for our audience, and applied the 360 marketing communication strategy. So yeah, that's me. I'm the head of brand and marketing communications in our agency. So basically, we're working with all kinds of the products, with B2B, G2B, and G2C, all kinds of products that were mentioned by Orhan. So we will briefly start with what's MyGov. I bet you guys already know from the presentation, but we will just go so that you could catch the whole concept in here. MyGov is a unified open government platform that via digitalization will simplify the life of our citizens, the citizens of Azerbaijan. Why there's MyGov in there? Of course, like there can be a lot of reasons, but the main reasons that we have indicated for ourselves in order to build a nice communication strategy is, of course, to provide the product that will ease the life of our citizens in Azerbaijan. And also, as we're the government sector, we need to sustain and develop the relationship between our citizens and our government. And true to say, there are not a lot of products like ours, and the government was never, I would not say never, but seldomly connecting and representing the product straightforwardly to the citizens. So this is something new that we're bringing in Azerbaijan. So were there any challenges? Of course. Of course, there is no country without the challenge. There is no product without the challenge. And same goes with MyGov. I have listed 3 of them. There are more of them, but the main ones that we have indicated for ourselves are strong presence of offline services. We're kind of conservative as a country, as a population. We pile up our documents. If you go to my grandmother's house, you will see the special place she collects her documents. If you go to any person over 50 years old, they will never accept the digitalized docs equal to the physical ones. So offline service provider, which is working very fast and has eased the life of population 10 years ago, is there. And this is our main competitor and the main, let's say, government body that we're competing with. Also, mentality of population, as I mentioned about my grandmother and the general population that goes on in Azerbaijan, and integration of services and documentation in timely manner. So when we talk about MyGov, it's not just an app which you can open and have everything inside. It's an ongoing process. We bring one kind of documentation, then we bring the second kind of services, and it has to be communicated in the right target audience on the right channels. So, as I said, we had to create the anticipation. We didn't want to just say, hi, hello, this is MyGov, just download it. We wanted to make it interesting for our citizens, something exciting, something that they would wait for. And that's why we started with looking into the concept of the whole app. And what we came up with is that MyGov is a point of connection. Okay, if we talk about the abstract of the whole app, a point where citizens means government, and the point where processes start and will eventually end. And this is something that only we will give on the market. The application where you will get in, start your process, and you will end your process without going anywhere physically, without spending your time on things that doesn't matter like traffic, and instead spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, and live just, let's say, developed, happy life. And that's where we took it as the main point, where the process start and where will end. And our creative idea was the starts here. It's still, I will explain what we mean by starts here. You may ask what starts here. MyGov starts here. So this is the point where life without queue starts, where birth registration starts, where comfort starts, where digital starts, and where the future of government services starts. Of course, in order to make the communication successful, and not only but generally, it's very important to have both of the functional and emotional benefits, and especially in our case. So when we talk about the simplification of life, we're talking about being free when we translate it that we will give to our citizens. When we talk about staying connected, we're talking about feeling connected. When we have a good user experience, we're saying that the citizen stays in control, the user stays in control of the app. Why it's important? Of course, we have researched, and we, of course, we're not the first country who is, and we never said we were the first country who is bringing up some product like this. So we researched and researched, and as it turned out, a lot of governments, they believe and they have adopted it, that the benefits, as I said, the functional benefit, they have to be translated into material and into emotions in order to make it successful. And it's very important to position government as a responsive, protective, and trustworthy. And that's exactly what we did. We are positioned as responsive, protective, trustworthy. We are not saying that this is the app for you. We're saying that this app makes you feel something. I will tell you more about this in the next slides. And what's really matters in here is that government, here, I, as a government, am by your side wherever you are, because I care. And this is the I care moment is something crucial. And if we will go to the mission statement, you can see that MyGov mission is to enhance the quality of life of citizens and reflect our commitment into caring for each and every citizen. That's what we wanted to portray as an agency. And if we will go in here, again, whatever starts in here, saving time, comfort, and this is something that the government actually has an umbrella. The care starts in here. The moment that the government cares about you starts with MyGov. So when we go back to the product, MyGov is not only about the digital documentation. It's not only about the starting and ending point. It's about the services it's bringing. So digital documentation, the ones that Orhan has mentioned before, digital ID, and there's a driving license. When we go to the live events, there are 3 live events that we have started communicating, and we have right now, and we're having an upcoming plan for the next year for 3 more. I will talk about them in more detail. And digital services. There are lots of them, these digital services, and I will show you the examples of communication in here. So yeah, as I said, we went to the MyGov as a physical FMCG product. Okay, we decided to communicate it in 360 and show that the government can communicate not worse than the private sector. And that's why we have a TV copy. We're going to out of home. We have radio placement. We have BTL that is starting in the regions as well. We are massive in PR, both for our minister side and also from the influencing side in the e-news and on TV, and also social media, which is everyone knows is a powerful tool in any country right now. So I will show you also the piece of content because, of course, the digital literacy is mainly developed in the capital city and less developed in the rural, let's say, places. We are creating the how-to videos in order for them to understand how to use the service. Should I play it like this? Okay, I think you can hear it in Azerbaijani, but we have added the lines in here. I'm not going to show the full one.
sənədlərinizi, məlumatlarınızı və məlumatlarınızın idarə olunmasını vahid bir yerdən, yenilənmiş MyGov portalından görəcək və müxtəlif xidmətlərdən rahatlıqla faydalanacaqsınız. Şəxsiyyət vəsiqəsi, sürücülük vəsiqəsi, ailə tərkibi və iş yeri kimi digər bir çox sənədləriniz artıq daim sizinlə. Bütün bunları eyni bir tətbiqdən idarə etmək üçün isə MyGov-u App Store və ya Google Play-dən yükləmək kifayətdir. Tətbiqi yüklədikdən sonra daxil ol düyməsinə klikləyin. Qeyd edək ki, tətbiqi istifadə etmək üçün digital login hesabınız olmalıdır. Əgər hesabınız yoxdursa, asanlıqla qeydiyyatdan keçin. Hesabınız varsa, digital login səhifəsində giriş üsullarından birini seçərək hesabınıza giriş edin. Daha sonra siz MyGov tətbiqinə yönləndiriləcəksiniz. MyGov tətbiqi üçün yeni PIN kod yaradın və təsdiqləyin. Faydalı qısa təlimatlarla tanış olaraq davam et düyməsinə klikləyin və hesabınız hazırdır. İndi rəqəmsal dövlət xidmətləri, sənədlər, məlumatlar və məlumatlarınızın idarə edilməsi sizin üçün də əlçatandır. Siz də istifadə edin və rahatlıqla faydalanın. MyGov, rəqəmsal gələcək buradan başlayır.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. So yeah, this is one of the examples of how-to videos that we're creating. This is the communication that we have created for ID. As Orhan Bey said, we have this kind of live events. One of them is the digital ID, that you don't need to have your ID on you. Now you can present your ID by QR code. And in order to make it more massive, we have been renting 32 out-of-home places in Baku and regions, digital screen scrollers, and we have recorded this, took this person as the main, let's say, character for our key visual, because he's someone part of our population. He looks like a typical Azerbaijani, in order to make it close communication to our target audience. When it comes to services, right? So we are also communicating the services. These are kind of the contents that we're showing where this person can use the digital ID and how they can use the digital ID. And I will show them simultaneously. I don't think you're gonna have the sound because I turned it off. So here, in this kind of content, we're showing that people can come to airline. They can come to the pickup drop shipping, they can come to the railway station and use the digital ID instead of the physical one. So there's no need to carry it around. Also, there are services that I mentioned before, so conviction certificate, notarial certificate, and everything that you can actually, communal services within our application that you can use without any physical presence at any other government body. So we're communicating them as well, and for each of them we have the separate content, as you can see, as a key visual, and also how-to videos, plus the PR coverage that I mentioned before. This is the kind of also how-tos that we basically do with my in-house team. These guys are working in marketing as well. So we're recording them, we're post-production them ourselves as well in order to create more simple content for our citizens. Yeah. Also, of course, as I said, it's very important to work with social media and influencers. Super important, because if we go to statistics, 86% of Azerbaijan population is watching TV. Okay, so even though the social media is here, 86% of people still watch TV. So that's why we are on TV. And the rest, more young generation, let's say, they're online. Okay, so people in my age, they don't have the TV, the national TV set in their homes. They use YouTube, they use Netflix, and that's it. So that's in order to tackle them as well, and tackle them within the social media, and of course through YouTube and etc. We have influencers. So we're using someone with a high engagement rates, and they're doing this how-to, very regular and very simple how-to videos as well. Here I'm gonna have the TVC, okay, the main copy, but it's in Azerbaijan. It's not gonna be with sounds, I hope. It's in Azerbaijani and it's very long, so I'm gonna skip it. I will just try to show you the content that we have for our TV and the banners that we created. So during some series or during some shows on TV, we have bought the place as a banner in order to communicate MyGov. So this is how it goes. Here we're again communicating the notarial services, and we're having the call to action for people to download it. Same goes for the general educative digital ID communication. And here, the main idea of our TVC here, it's very emotional, right? So we're showing the use of our grandparents, how they used to have this documentation and piling them up, and now, and how many difficulties they were going through. For example, this guy is trying to buy a car and he cannot because he has his documentation left at home. And then we're like transferring and showing everyone that now you don't need to have it. You have MyGov, which is like simplifying your life. MyGov, always with you. MyGov is closer to the government. These are two live events that also are out. So one is to be a parent, which you get the certificate of your child, newborn child, through MyGov. You can give the name of your child, register, and get your physical then certificate at the point of physical office. And then also get married. In order to get married, now Azerbaijan population doesn't need to go anywhere. You write the code of your ID and the code of ID of the person you want to get married with, and they just get the notification that someone wants to marry you, and you simply accept it, and the whole process on the back is going. And then you have a physical wedding, you get your certificate, and everyone is happy. So this is like super, super cool thing for Azerbaijan and super innovative thing that we have launched. And also, other than this kind of cool features and content, we also have educative content, right? As I said, digital literacy is not on the point as in Europe or maybe in some very developed countries. So this is part of our job as well in order to actually increase the digital literacy. And this kind of key visuals, and we have long captions to them, or long interviews that we're giving like on social media, is about about the consent management. For example, MyGov is the first app in Azerbaijan that brings this feature to citizens. People can actually control what kind of data they're sharing with government bodies, with the banks. For example, I have a mortgage, right? I do. And bank asks for my permission once, and then they can use my data as much as they want. And for example, before MyGov, I didn't know about that. Now I can access it, and I can actually stop them using my data, and they will have to call me again and ask for it if they need it. So in order to deliver this message, because if you ask the general public, they would say, why do I need it? Okay, my data is government data, they can use it, you know. In order to increase the importance of this, in order to explain why it's important, we have this separate kind of informative educational content that we're sharing within the MyGov platform. Yeah, and in the end, this is just the numbers for last 25 days. I just wanted to show you how we're doing. It's not the final numbers and also not the final report, but as you can see, as I said, YouTube, OLVs, everything placed for young generation. This is digital marketing numbers. So we brought almost 35,000 downloads last month in 20-25 days, which is a super high number because we have compared this to the funnel of our competitors or other public sectors, and this is a very high number. And we have high amount of impressions, which are going for 70% of them are organic right now, which is a great number. And YouTube views, which is over the million. Same goes for meta ads, more than 8 million impressions, more than 30,000 clicks, and total views almost for 4 million. What we're trying to do in the next year and trying to actually update is our strategy within the YouTube, because there are a lot of shorts, a lot of TikTok stuff that we have not activated yet, and we believe that it will give us even more numbers that we're looking for and more exposure to the target audiences that we're working with. So that's the last slide of my presentation. And I hope you enjoyed it, and I would be happy to answer any of your questions. Follow us, please follow us on Instagram. We're going as a MyGov. I can share the page if you're interested. And I hope you will enjoy the next speaker, and we're going to talk about AIM. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lama Hanım. Now, Elvin Hacıyev, the head of the Azerbaijan Innovation Center, will talk about another part of the story. Welcome.
Thank you, Laha. The clicker, Lama. My slide, please. Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. Unfortunately, I don't have those fancy videos, but I will try to explain what our agency does in terms of the innovation. So from the name, you can understand it's Innovation and Digital Development Agency. My colleagues have been talking about what we do mostly in the digital part, which is basically building the products. And I would slightly touch on what we do for the innovation, and I will talk to you about the Azerbaijan Innovation Center that we have recently launched. So, studying the best practices around the world, among the countries, it comes clear that in order to have a sustainable, well-functioning, innovative society, there are 5 main pillars that we have to foresee. And we identify them as following, which is the market access for the startups and the companies, having access to funding, access to infrastructure, access to talent and culture. And I will go a little bit in the details with each of these pillars and explain what we do for each of these pillars as the agency. So obviously, when you want to have that ecosystem functioning, you have to have some sort of access to the market for the startups, for the investors, for the foreign companies, IT companies to work with. For that to happen, we have to create the ecosystem to emerge. And in order to do so, we work with lots of universities within the country, third-party vendors. And we do lots of programs throughout, not only in Baku, the capital city, throughout other cities of the country. So for the last 2 years, out of these programs, we managed to get more than 600 unique ideas, out of which we achieved to get to 165 MVPs, which is the minimum viable products for the startups. And out of that, obviously, we go to the incubation and the acceleration programs for these MVPs to grow further. And once that happens, we kind of trying to have the match with them to our investors and the venture funds to get them to the next steps. Parallel to that, we take our startups. It's not just about in the country, and we go to international events. So last 2 years, we have taken probably 18, close to 20 events globally, whether it's the Middle East, MENA region, Europe, Asia, and we sponsor these events, and we take our startups and our IT companies, and we take them to international global markets so they can build the communications, collaborations, and networking in order to grow their businesses. Access to funding. So when it comes to funding of the startups and ecosystem, it's a bit closed box for Azerbaijani society because, being part of the Soviet Union for 70 years and now trying to open up modernize the economy and the system, and it's not that very easy task. So the government took the first steps to initiate the venture funds establishment in Azerbaijan. The very first fund that with our support and help is established is the Caucasus Ventures, and there is another private company that established the Sabah Fund, and recently we seen the emergence of the InMerge Fund established, which is currently around 35 million USD under the management. The number is not that big yet, but the ecosystem is relatively new, so we understand that in the coming years it's going to grow to probably more than 50 millions, and once we have a few more success stories coming up, it will eventually grow further. So we help and invest our startups through these venture funds, not directly. Access to talent. Obviously, once you have the market access and you have the investment and the money in place, you need to have the people who will work in these companies and the startups. And The education part, as my colleagues also mentioned, we take it very serious as an agency, as a ministry. So far, we have managed to provide scholarships to more than 9,000 students in the last 2 years. And we are trying to create this pool of talents that can be accessible to foreign companies when they come to when they come to Azerbaijan to open their subsidiaries or recruit or use this pool as the outsource for their projects. Also, we have created the Azerbaijan Cybersecurity School, which is graduating, and the graduates start to work in the government entities and organizations that are foresee the cybersecurity issues or the processes in the country. And we also support several schools, which is like Holberton Schools, an international franchise, peer-to-peer coding school that has probably 2 cohorts throughout the year and gives graduates to the ecosystem. Culture. Culture is a big issue, I would say, for us, because as I mentioned, as a former Soviet Union country, when you talk about startup innovation, it's a very close phenomenon for our people. Still, a significant number of our community and the society, I don't want to say don't get it, but probably doesn't have the necessary tools and understanding of what it should be. So, as an agency, we try to change this culture. Resources that we have. We make lots of events. We make the community events, networking events, and recently, last week, we actually had the second IDA Awards, which we select like the main ecosystem players and startups, and we during the for the 11 nomination, and we do this event. So we kind of like mini Oscar events for our innovation ecosystem, which stimulate the companies and the individuals to take part here. Lots of meetups, and we do international PR as well to change that culture. Last pillar is obviously access to the infrastructure. So when you have the market in the place, moving, and then you have the talent pool, and then you have to provide the necessary for them to grow. This is where I particularly participate mostly, and so our ministry does kind of a broader scale of infrastructure support, which is the access to the fixed line of networks, building the data centers, and all these global scale projects. But as an agency, we do mostly on the physical space for our startups to come and operate. So this is where I'm shifting to the project that I mentioned, which is the Azerbaijan Innovation Center. We call it Azerbaijan Innovation Merkezi. Merkez stands for the center, but we decided to keep it as AIM because it serves for our purpose and it describes what we want to get achieved easily. So this is the building that we have opened very recently. Actually, our first opening was on the 2nd of October. So what we try to achieve here is basically, it's going to be a network of physical spaces, but we don't want to limit it just with the physical space, right? So yes, we are going to have the co-working office spaces, meeting rooms, and several resources that are required for the startups and the companies and the mentors to come sit and work together, which you can see from the photos. It's the first space that we opened in Baku very recently, and we are planning to open the second store, not store, the branch next week. And for the next year, we are planning to do 3 more locations throughout the country. And it's not just like innovation centers. We are also supporting to build R&D labs and centers in one of the universities this year. Already started doing that, and then next year we are sponsoring to financing to build R&D center within the universities. So it's going to be branded as like powered by AIM, and it's not just like innovation centers. It's going to be different formats as well. So what we do here, it's not obviously, as we say, just our goal is not to send the tables or the desk or the meeting rooms to our residents, right? We want to make it to become as the new epicenter of the ecosystem. And we have been open for than 2 months, and we already have probably more than 35 events took place in our centers, and we do the meetups, the workshops, the trainings, we have the conferences, and during COP29 we had 2 big events took place in our centers where innovators, business people come together, they discuss, they do networking, and they do celebrations for the graduations. This is the photo from the Halberton School cohort, the graduation. It's becoming a vibrant place, and which makes us very happy. You know, the collaboration and networking is very important for the ecosystem growth. And lastly, other than providing the physical space and doing all these events, we also planning to build several products within AIM. One of the main tools that we have is the IT Park Residency startups and companies. So mostly in the IT parks, you have to be physically present there. But in our case, we have the mandate to give virtual residency to our residents. So you may have your own office in different part of the country, but you can still apply for the residency, and you will still get the tax benefits, the social taxes, the property taxes, the personal income tax. You get tax deduction on your dividends that you make. So all these benefits that you may get on the physical technoparks or IT parks, some countries call, you can get virtually as well. We do soft landing programs, dedicated team working on this. This is relatively new, by the way. We recently started doing that, and soft landing is going to work for the foreign companies who want to come to Azerbaijan and get into the market. And when you come to Azerbaijan, it's not just us per se, but you can work with the region as well, which is South Caucasus, and you can have the access to the Central Asian through our connections and the government bodies. Business support. We will provide technical or mentorship or any kind of business support that our newly established businesses or startups that will require along the road. And we are also creating these excellence centers in different verticals. So we are closely working with different industries in the country, which is whether it's the financial sector, whether it's the defense sector, and our goal is to kind of stimulate and grow the ecosystem around the specific verticals that are growing organically and are ready to support us along the road. Obviously, we have the future plans. I'm not going to go into details in each of them, but as a country, as an organization, as a state organization, we want to stimulate this growth. So 3 years IDA has been supporting. We play as a state agency as an ecosystem enabler, right? So we try to help the ecosystem so that it grows. But we have seen that it's not enough. The ecosystem is very young, very immature. So we felt the necessity to step in and create another brand that will work with the ecosystem players hand to hand to help the growth of whether it's the startups, whether it's the IT companies, whether you put the country on the map in the regional progress, etc. So in the next 2 years, probably we want to become stronger within the country, open our spaces, and then grow regionally and internationally. I put my contacts in case you want to take the yes, please. In case you have any questions, you can. This is my WhatsApp, Telegram number as well, and my email. Please feel free to contact me. I'll be more than happy to assist you guys. And thank you for your attention and bearing with us. Thank you.
Yes, he's right. We have done. But if you have any questions before then, please welcome to ask your question.